it's your first female. It's gonna like, yeah, the girls.
Yeah.
Watch all your followers come through. They'll be like,
Yeah, all the
female.
girl power.
Girl power.
The girl power followers. It's been too long. Like,
well, you've had Sarah.
yeah, but like a proper female guest. Like Sarah's.
It's fine. I'm used to it.
She's a
No,
proper
since
female
Sarah's
guest.
part of against. Like, you
Yeah,
know,
true. It's like you're utilizing the resources you already have.
exactly.
I say that all the
outsourced.
time at work. Can we please utilize the resources we already have before externally looking for something?
There you go. See, what I am doing is, through my actions, encouraging parishes to do the same. You know,
That's
look
it.
within.
That's it. Do you know I'm so used to like the Samascan community, and I went to St. Jerome's in Punchbowl for Fidelis, I think it was, on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And I got to listen to Sister Olivia, I believe it is. And I was like, wow, there's like, I've got so much more to go to and see and learn. But it made me realize, yeah, like there's such a big audience that's just following you. But imagine like everybody else. I freaked out. I fully went on your Instagram page and you had like 7,000 followers. I was like, oh my gosh, 7,000 plus people are going to see my head. Make sure you wash your hair today, Shareen. So I washed my hair.
Thanks be to God. There is a large
That
crowd
I had
will
hands to wash my hair
hopefully see
today.
you.
No.
Oh my gosh. But Fidelis is so good. I didn't know it was, when was it, 2 days ago? You said it
On
was?
Wednesday, yeah. So it got sent to me and then I sent it to Jacob and I was like, maybe you should come if you don't have any plans. But I think it's just about expanding your community, like not always having to go to the same place all the time. I think it's good to have like home, but I think it's also good to just see what else is out there and just meet new people.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It actually is so important. I remember we used to, when I started getting into my faith, like I was following my brothers wherever they went.
Yeah.
But we were going to, with our youth group at the time, like we were going everywhere. There were talks happening. I feel like there were more talks happening back then than there are now.
Really?
Yeah, which is weird because there are more everything happening now.
Yeah.
There's more of everything now.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe I'm just not following it properly. I don't know. But there were just more talks happening at all these different parishes and all that stuff. And we were going everywhere. Like wherever we heard a talk was happening, we were just going. And then you meet everyone and you get to hear all this stuff and whatever. It's all different communities.
So many different.
It was so nice.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still learning about different denominations.
Yeah, fair.
And I was like, I just recently learned that there's Coptic Catholics.
I recently learned that too.
Yeah, me too.
And I was
I
like,
didn't know that.
stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Michael was teaching me about, like Western churches, Eastern churches. I feel like I'm so knowledgeable, but really I'm not. There's still so much for me to learn, but I'm just loving the history. I'm in a space of like really engaging and like learning about tradition. I think that's what really like drew me to the Catholic faith was just the tradition behind it.
Wow, I love that.
It's just in writing. It's black and white. It's right there for you. There's no like ifs or buts.
Yeah,
There's different interpretations and maybe people will have their own perspective. But it's there.
Yeah.
Like it's his word.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Man.
Yeah.
That's so good.
All right. How do we do this? I have a really serious question for you though.
Yeah, go for it.
Did you pump the ball for me?
Shareen.
I just wanted to know if we learnt the lesson after Jacob's podcast that maybe
I haven't even...
we should pump the ball.
I have not even thought about pumping the ball since Jacob's episode. And
Sorry,
and
Jacob.
even worse than
your
that.
message was not heard.
I am so sorry.
No, it's okay. I gotta learn to play football, and then maybe you will.
That's what it is.
Fair, respect.
Yeah, it's a privilege of of a footy player, you know,
No.
that they get a pump ball on the podcast. And also, we rocked up half an hour late. I spilled coffee all over
My coffee, by the way.
I feel so bad.
You don't even drink coffee, but you're going to smell like a caramel latte for the rest of the day.
That is so good. Well, at least it smells better than a hot chocolate. Like the hot chocolate tastes.
It smells
better to
yummy,
me.
eh? I told you, I'm only very new to this coffee world. All my friends that have been friends with me for like multiple years, they're like, sorry, coffee? Like, and I was like, yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like I'm Speedy Gonzalez. Like it's my bloodstreams just are awakened. But I'm trying not to be one of those people that like rely on it every day. Trying. We'll see.
How's that going?
I'm gonna dribble on myself half the time. Oh, God.
Do you just drink one a day?
No, look. It's been like, it went from like, I would have one and then I was awake for like a week. And then it like
That's pretty good.
slowly just like, yeah, I'd say in the last 3-4 weeks, I've probably had it like a couple of times a week, but not daily.
Wow,
But
that's
I'm
pretty
probably heading there at this point, to be honest.
On the road to
It's
addiction.
a slow.
It really like
Slippery slope.
revitalizes you. I don't know. I used to say all the time as well, there's 2 things that I always feel like I'm missing out on, right? People always talk about coffee and how amazing it is. And I was like, I don't get it. Because I used to get headaches just smelling it. Couldn't even eat tiramisu.
I don't.
And now I'm out here drinking caramel lattes. And fake tan. Everyone talks about fake tan, about how it does always. Can we cut that part?
No, that's
Oh, that is the best part.
I'm making that as short.
Everyone talks about fake tan like it really does wonderful things for their life. And I'm just like, okay.
I already won.
Now you know you got a girl on the podcast. If we're here against the grain and we're talking about fake tan, and I know nothing about it, but like, yeah, they're 2
I'm
things that I
fully
feel.
on board.
You
Fully
know,
on
we're supposed
board.
to be having a spiritual talk, and we're out here talking about all these material things.
We really drew barrymore this.
I have warned about these coughing fits.
Yes,
literally-
they're not
I
fun.
told you.
It's right. We'll do them together because mine's sitting in my throat as well. It's fine.
Cool.
Sorry, guys.
This
We
is the
apologize
coughing
in
podcast.
advance.
Yeah, honestly, we do. But let me officially
Yes, introduce me.
introduce you.
You're gonna be like, who's this random person just sitting on your lounge? All right, what about I try and be less funny and then you won't laugh and then cough?
No, you just gotta be yourself, and you're funny. So
See, I tell people this. And
this will cement you as a funny person. Don't worry. All right.
no one can question me moving forward.
Just show people that's how you're gonna advertise your podcast.
That's it.
Is once people say no, you're not funny, you'll go no, you should watch this
Yeah.
and see how funny I am.
I've already got plans to this link. I'll tell you when we get into it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Oh, it's not that deep, but like it's.
Yeah, but
I'll
it's.
tell you.
I'm still excited. Anyway, I feel you. Welcome.
This is why you need a blanket, Anthony. When people would like bring us soup while we're here, you know. Talking about
Do you eat
Jesus.
pho? Butler.
You know, I've never had
Yeah,
pho.
pho.
Oh,
Never?
yeah, I've never had. Yeah,
It's worth it.
Maybe that's another thing I should add to the checklist of what I'm missing out on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. But I was like, I'd never had any of that stuff before. Like, pretty much, I only ever ate Chinese before I met Sarah.
Okay.
Now I eat, and sushi. That was it.
I did hear the sushi story.
Sarah, which one? Oh no.
Our sushi story.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, that's bad. I gave Sarah's.
I
food
reckon
poisoning,
if you
but-
guys ever get to like recreate your life in a movie, like that's a scene that needs to
Yeah.
be in there.
Yeah,
I'd
it's
say
definitely the
so.
start of a rom-com.
Yeah,
Just a bad first date.
but like a comedy
That's fair.
rom-com.
Yeah,
For sure.
For sure.
That's what a rom-com is.
Oh,
A romantic comedy.
I didn't even put it together. I definitely cut that part out.
No, nothing is cut.
I said Cambodia is in Africa. Okay, you'll be
I didn't
okay.
even hear that part. I was just like talking about, like thinking, like yeah, funny like yeah. It just didn't work.
Rom-com
Okay,
comedy.
it's
Anyway,
anyway, on to the next.
funny.
On to the next point. What's the next point on
Yes,
the
I
agenda?
haven't welcomed you yet. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone, to Against the Grain Cough Edition.
Yeah, it really is.
Today, I am honoured to have. So we had, as many people would know, we had Jacob Mansour on to tell his testimony.
Yes.
And Jacob was a friend of mine from school, and he had a reversion and all this stuff. It was beautiful. Today we have a classmate. Can I call you a classmate? Is that what you...
But yeah, I mean,
A
we can
classmate
run with
of...
classmate.
Yeah, in like... I don't know, an RCIA classmate? Can I say that? Or am I ruining the story?
No, I don't think you're ruining the story. I guess
cool.
I've never like really put a relationship to You know what it is?
He's just no one to me.
Are we?
No. I feel like classmate isn't doing it justice, is what I'm thinking.
That's
You know
fair.
what we can say? We can say that he's my spiritual Catholic little brother. That's how I view him.
I love that.
He's like fam to me now.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going with that.
Yeah.
We have Jacob's spiritual Catholic sister.
Yeah.
The
There
resemblance
we
is
go.
uncanny.
Anyway,
gosh.
in Shareen. Thanks for coming, Shareen.
What a great intro. It's gonna get so many. No, I'm joking.
I hate intros. I don't know how to do them properly,
They're
but
really
anyway.
hard. It's like a theme for you to not go straight into the intro. It's like a
Mm.
theme for you to have a conversation, and then you're like, "Oh wait, I gotta do that."
Yeah, I like the warm starts.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Kind of just lets people into the conversation,
Yeah.
and then we can like welcome them, and
No,
it also helps with the guest. I think
yeah, no, definitely. I'm calm.
chill now,
I'm chilled.
but then when the intro happens, they tend to get a bit more
Like it
nervous
gets
again.
like here.
Because then they're like, oh no,
But then
now,
it'll be
now
okay.
we've started.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
All right,
You
good.
guys have been really accommodating and comfortable, and I have a
Thank God.
blanket now, so I'm really good.
Thank God. Thank God. It's the least we could do after this morning. But all right. Actually, do you want to tell us a bit
Introduce
about
myself?
yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So my name is Shareen, and I work for a not-for-profit community-based organization. My background is Fiji Indian, and I just recently celebrated my first anniversary of being baptized, which
Woohoo!
was Divine Mercy Sunday last year. So
Beautiful.
technically,
So, yeah.
the day anniversary was like just last Sunday.
Thanks be to God.
Yeah. So many firsts in that time. I've just had my first Divine Mercy Sunday. I've had my first Easter. I've had my first Christmas, my first birthday. Many firsts have happened in this year, and they've been so beautiful. They really have.
How good. How
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't know what else to say. Yeah.
That really gets at what we're really here for today.
Yes. To talk about me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your firsts.
My
You know,
first. That's it.
your first everythings as a Catholic. This is. I just know this is gonna be. I honestly.
I
No,
was
you
like,
know what?
You can't put sappy sad music on my reels now.
I
Like
know.
it's gonna be like haha like
I feel like it's gonna be a mix.
yeah.
I'm
no,
kind of
fair.
prepared. That's why I've got a box of tissues here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's also
good,
for my
thank
sickness, but also, but also,
you. Nothing to do with you, Shareen.
but it's also for the both of us because we might. I don't know. I feel like from what I've heard,
About
I need
my
to be
testimony?
prepared. Yeah.
Yeah.
From what I've heard about your testimony, I need to be prepared with some tissues and stuff like that. I might
Really?
look like a bit of a
Isn't
softie.
that crazy? Like
anyway.
one person's story can just draw out that emotion in other people.
Yeah.
I was saying to my friend yesterday, like, I don't know what it is. Like, let's put together today and, you know, we're all hanging out, we're having a chat. Like, you know, this is a platform for people to share a message. You get in your head a little bit, like, what do I wear? Do I wash my hair? Like, you know, you get in your head. But the real importance, and what I had to say to myself even that day that I was giving my testimony before, was I can talk. There's no doubt about it. I can talk in a friend setting. I've spoken in front of 450 people from the Department of Education for work before. Like, I don't mind that. But there's a different level of vulnerability when you start to talk about yourself and you put it on a platform where it's in front of other people, let alone in front of cameras that's going to be posted online. It's like, it's always going to be there, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Then I thought about it and I was like, it's not about me. Like, yes, it's about me, but it's not about me. It's about the message, and it's about, you know, making a difference, even if it's just one person's life that you can really change or just kind of alter their brain thought to help get them out of a dark space or answer a question that they might have had that they weren't really sure about. Like, that's what made me be like, okay, I'm ready. When you asked me to come on the podcast, I was like, he's just saying it to be nice. Like, he's just like, you know, he probably doesn't really want it. And then I thought about it and I was like, no, he wouldn't have asked me if he didn't want it. He's not going to just say words. And yeah, there's a space for you to be heard. And yeah, my testimony is a rough one. It's not easy, but like, I'm here and I feel like there's a reason why you asked me. So I was like, okay, I got to run with it. Let's do it. So that's why we're here. We're doing it.
Thank you so much for saying yes,
No,
for agreeing
okay.
to come on. Because I know that it's tough to speak about yourself. Like, I find it tough even when I'm not telling my testimony. Like, even if I'm just speaking to someone and they start to get a little bit vulnerable, so you feel like sometimes like, okay, it's only right that I share something like personal as well.
Yep.
I don't know. Anyway.
It's good to get uncomfortable, but I think it really helps an individual grow and just really elevate wherever they are in life. Like, to be uncomfortable, there's a growth in it. And I think everyone needs to learn to, you know, your own company is your best company. And when you learn to be by yourself confidently, independently, and not having to always rely on other people to like make you feel better or do better or inspire you, like, you need to show up for yourself sometimes. And I think that's why uncomfortable, as much as it sounds like a yucky word, it can be, there's beauty in it essentially.
Yeah.
Amen. For sure.
That's so true.
Yeah.
I mean, as Deacon Harold would say, do you know Deacon Harold?
I've never met him. I've definitely heard so many wonderful stories about him, but I've never met him.
Oh, he's next level. One day, God willing. I'm sure he'll come back to Australia.
Of course, yeah.
But Deacon Harold always says he'll always grab his crucifix that he's wearing.
Yeah.
And he'll always say, he was uncomfortable. Like, sort of scream it.
You know what?
But sharing that same message is get uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know, life is going to be uncomfortable in general.
Yeah.
You can't really escape it.
And you have to remind yourself, because it's okay to have a bad day.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. And it's okay to, you know, even us females, like, people think females are just automatically known to just be emotional. And like, we're emotional creatures and it's fine. But at the end of the day, it's just about like, can you get yourself out of it, or do you need to rely on other people to do it? It's okay to also rely on other people, but eventually those people also need to pick themselves up as well, which is why it's important for you to do it for yourself.
Amen.
Yeah.
You and God. That's all it is.
That's what brought me here.
Amen.
Yeah.
And speaking of,
Yes.
I think we should just dive right in.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
100%.
Okay. Let's do it.
Okay. Where do we start?
I'll let you take over. You start from wherever you
Because you didn't
would
prepare
like.
any questions. I'm joking.
Excuse me, I have prepared, but I don't know where you want me to. I can tell what I know of your story, but I don't
Tell
want
us
to
about
go
the
there.
birthing.
What is it?
Tell us about your birthing.
Well, I was a C-section baby.
Were you actually?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Emergency.
Because
Me
I was too
too.
fat apparently. I was such a chunky baby. And this is and this is when like cuz I was born in New Zealand.
Wow.
So Fiji Indian background, born in New Zealand, moved to Australia when I was about 5.
Have you done an ancestry test
No.
thing?
I'm a bit scared to like know what would come out of that.
Really?
Yeah.
That would be so interesting
And
to
like
see.
aren't you weirded out that like the government just has your
DNA.
DNA?
Because that company took the company with the DNA, and like they're married to the Google CEO or something, and then it liquidated because there was a breach. I don't know. DNA Google.
Wow.
I don't know. I think
But
there
it's
are
good to know your
so many
history,
weird things
right?
that go on. So.
You know, my mum is not much of an open book. Like, we forget that our parents lived a life before we even existed,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, so true.
And my mum had me when she was 31. So there's a lot of life that would have been lived before that. And I don't know much about it. And I try and ask her, but she's so, you know, she's so used to being independent and just everyone mind your own business sort of thing. So I feel like I don't really know that much about my history or my backgrounds or just like
yeah, I get you. That's fair
my
enough.
grandparents died when I was really little. My grandfather passed away before I was born, and my grandma passed away maybe when I was about 3. So, and we
Okay.
were living in New Zealand. So we used to do like 6 months in New Zealand and then some time in Fiji and then come back. So
That's
I feel
fair.
like my
So you
brain doesn't have much memory.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because we were just kind of everywhere.
Wow. So you were between New Zealand
Fiji and New Zealand,
Fiji.
yeah. Because my grandma was really sick, so my mum had to try and go back a lot more to, you know, spend some
okay.
time with her. But yeah, it's weird to think that like there's like a family tree. I only actually recently found out as well. So my dad, I don't have much of a relationship with my father.
Okay. I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'm just
You have a
gonna
question
ask.
for me now.
No, but I'm just letting you know I'm going to be asking like
That's fine.
some, you know, probably like some really personal questions.
That's okay. Yeah.
If you don't want to answer them or anything, you can just let me
I'll
know.
do this.
Yeah, sounds good.
No.
Like you're not.
No,
you're
that's what
not
I'm here
obliged
for, right?
to-
That's what I'm here for. Like, I guess it's a bit of a deep dive into really understanding what got me here. So
Yeah,
yeah,
your
no, that's
journey for
completely
sure.
fine. Yeah.
For sure. Sorry, but you were saying your dad. Yeah.
Yeah, I just so my dad I don't have much of a relationship with, but I just recently did find out that his mum was actually a Christian.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
What was your? Do you know what?
so my
faith
my
you're-
family, my mum and my dad are Hindu.
Oh, both. Okay.
Yeah. They come from a Hindu upbringing, household, you know. I would say that they're practicing Hindus, but I think it's just like everybody in their whatever faith they're coming from. Maybe sometimes they don't do everything. Like you have some people that might stay vegetarian and fast or pray like every single day, and then you have my mum and she stays vegetarian on a Friday and prays every Friday night, for example.
Yeah.
So it definitely like everyone's level of spiritual life is different in any faith.
Yeah.
But I believe my grandma from my dad's side was Christian.
Wow.
I think it was a bit more of a Protestant denomination though. I think they called themselves like Assemblies of God.
Assembly of God. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because in
Okay.
Fiji there's a very big Christian faith there as well,
Yeah.
in the natives mostly.
Yeah.
But there are some Fiji Indians that follow it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when I told Father Sheldon that actually, he said to me, he's like, see, she's been praying for you. You
That's
had someone
beautiful.
praying for you. I was like, yeah, I've never met her 2 times, but but you know, maybe that's true. I don't know.
Honestly, it could be.
Yeah.
Father Sheldon. Why does he just keep getting mentioned on this podcast?
I can't actually talk about him because I
a
cry.
Aww.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
Doesn't he do that to you? He's just, what a man.
Can I just
I
say,
always say that.
like, and he always reminds me, and he always tells us, it's not me, it's him. Like, he's just using me as an instrument, but he shows up. Like, he'll make it work. Even if he has 1 hour and you need him, he'll give you that hour of his time.
Yeah.
You know, so I think maybe, but to be honest, I feel like Samascan priests are just also built different.
There's something, very
Alive.
alive, but also like really affectionate is the word about them.
Do you
They're
know,
just so
like, I don't
affectionate.
need to go to the chiropractor anymore because you just go to Father Chris and you get one of his hugs and he'll just like squeeze you and it's like, whoa, yeah, this is save me
so true.
save me $100.
I'm always like, hey, Father, how are you? It's like, you squeeze, and I'm like, "Wah."
He's squeezing the demons out.
Even Father David, like they all have a beautiful, they're really
are.
beautiful. But
They are.
Father Sheldon will always have a special place in my life because essentially he really helped bring me to my faith. Yeah.
Thanks be to God. That's so good.
I know. So you guys are gonna he's probably even cringing at the fact that we're even saying his name. He's oh no.
He's probably
He said it in front of Jacob as well when Jacob mentioned his name a couple of times, maybe a few times in his podcast. But yeah, no, he's a special priest. That's all. And I think because he's younger, he just knows kind of like what life is giving us, and he understands it in a different perspective. But he's also so traditional. So
it's beautiful.
It's really beautiful, yeah.
I think with just to add to the whole Father Sheldon sort of fan group.
Yeah.
But Father Sheldon,
He's gonna be so shy.
I know. I'm so sorry.
It's all Jesus. It's all Jesus.
It's the Holy Spirit coming through me. You said these prayers for me today, and like this is what's coming out.
He's so cute. I love Father Sheldon, but it's like he hasn't forgotten life before he was a priest, in the sense that he doesn't look at, like, if I'm speaking to him and telling him what's all the things that are wrong with me, he's like, he doesn't look at me and go like, I don't understand why you're there. Like, come up. Like, I found in some other people, like, just once they get older, they sort of forget they went through similar stuff.
Yep.
And so they can't understand why you're going through this thing.
Yep.
But Father Sheldon is like, he'll never forget that. He's like, I fully understand, why you're at this point or whatever, or being at this point, I was here as well, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know if I've explained that well, but it's it's just so comforting knowing.
And even just to like, even if he hasn't experienced what you've experienced, he has so much patience where he just listens, and he listens with all his heart, all his mind. His ears are open.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's all you need. You just need someone to hear you.
Yeah, so true.
And then he comes back with some spiritual advice and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. But
so
he
good.
does always remind me that, you know, you need to learn to detach yourself from material things. And your spiritual life is your spiritual life. It shouldn't be depending on what priest is at what church or, you know, things like that. And it was hard when he had moved from Moorebank to Glenmore Park, because I was like, oh my gosh, like it's change, right? Like it's uncomfortable.
Yes.
But I've actually elevated in a different sense where it allowed me to go and meet so many people from Glenmore Park. I go out of my way to go to Padre Pio at least a couple times a month and meet their community, and there's so many beautiful people that I've met from that parish. And I was like, okay, like, also, we're lucky. He didn't get moved to Melbourne or overseas, where it's a 40-minute drive, so not
so
3
true.
flights, for example.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's so true.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
No. So, okay, we're starting from the start.
Yeah.
Okay.
So helpful to know. So you were raised in a Hindu household.
So like not very traditional. It's just me and my mum. I don't have any siblings. Okay. It's just wholeheartedly her. We don't have much of a Gilmore Girls relationship. we like to punch on and fight all the time. Most of the time it's about who's going to clean the house or do the dishes. But I feel like that happens in every household, so it's fine. But yeah, my mum is someone that I still essentially look up to. She's so strong, you know. My dad essentially, when I was born, kind of told my mum that, you know, he wanted to be with somebody else in his life. And my mum had just given birth to me, and she kind of, I don't know how deep I can get. Can I get deep? I don't know if I should just do it.
Deep as
When
you
my
like.
when my mum was pregnant with me, she was 5 months pregnant with me, and she got an anonymous phone call. And I'm just going to clarify, just in case ever my family ever see this. This is my understanding. So, like, this is just my knowledge of it. But when my mum was 5 months pregnant with me, she got an anonymous phone call, and she was living in New Zealand, and she was sponsoring my dad to move from Fiji to New Zealand. So he was on I believe a working visa or something like that.
Yeah.
She got an anonymous phone call from the garage that he used to work at, and they didn't identify who they were, but they just said, you know, your husband, he's cheating on you. Like, he's been seen going around and hanging out with someone else. So my mum called him and was like, look, you need to come home. Like, and we need to talk. And so he came home, and she's like, this is what I've heard. Is it true? And he was like, yeah, it is. And she's like, okay, well, you have a decision to make. It's either us or them. And my dad must have been like, well, no, it's you. You know, like, I got to stick it out with you. So pretty much by the time I was born, then apparently, again, I don't know all of this stuff because it's a little bit daunting to ask your mum what happened, how did you go through it, you know, like all these things that have happened for my mum. Yeah. All these things that have happened to her have like made her the person that she is today, but she's definitely suffered from other people's actions. So that's why I'm just trying to like handle this story with a little bit of respect, really.
For sure.
But from my understanding, he came to the hospital and he pretty much told my mum that he wanted to have 2 wives. So my mum was like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. So she was just like cancelled his papers and he had to go back to Fiji, essentially. But I was just born, and this is when cesarean scars at the time weren't just this big, they were like long. And hers got infected, and she didn't have anyone else to obviously help her because all my family was back in Fiji. So she had to stay in the hospital with me for about 6 to 8 weeks. And the nurses just had to help her because obviously when you have a C-section, you know, like what you can physically do is quite limited, especially picking up what would have been a chunky baby, apparently I got told. So I think essentially it ends up being I think it ended up being more so her kind of just calling it quits and saying like, no, it's not happening.
Yeah.
And then, I guess my mum just kind of went through the turmoil of being a single parent because you don't plan to be a single parent, obviously, you know. My mum has never let me go without. Like when I tell you she is a boss lady, I always had clothes on my back. I always had food on the table and there was always a roof over my head. I know for a fact that she sacrificed a lot for me. But when I was around 5, I believe my mum just kind of really reflected and noticed that there wasn't that many people in New Zealand. So like if something did happen to her, like what is the backup plan? Like where would Shareen go? And so that's when she decided to make the move to Australia because we had more family here.
Okay.
Yeah. So we made the trek over to hang out with the kangaroos and the koalas. Left the kiwi birds behind. And
How old did you say you were?
5. Yeah,
5,
I feel like I was around 5 or 6.
So you would obviously remember that move then?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything before that is a bit blurry because we were kind of going back and forth. But 5, I feel like I do kind of remember the move. I remember I used to get teased so much because of my Kiwi accent. And sometimes it still comes out. Like sometimes I say dance and answer. And other people are like, what's dance? Like, it's like dance. But yeah, so I used to get teased a lot because of my Kiwi accent. So I tried really hard to like kick it off. And now I just sound like a full-blown Aussie.
You do. I've never sensed your Kiwi accent before.
Just
but I love a Kiwi accent.
It sometimes just randomly comes in.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, not much of a traditional household. I think, being Hindu, they have things like you don't eat beef, and I love a cheeseburger. So I was like, I don't really know if this is the way it's supposed to be. But also, I think what I've noticed in the Hindu faith is if you are practicing, then you understand tradition, right? Like what I was saying about the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
I fell in love with the Catholic faith because of the tradition. I fell in love because of the reset, the sacraments. I don't know much about the Hindu faith. And if I ever had questions, it was just, I don't know, like we just do it. Or you just have to do it because I said so. And you can't resonate with that.
Yeah.
So I feel like I always believed in somewhat of a higher power, but I just didn't know what that looked like at that time.
Yeah.
I would always tell people like I'm spiritual, but even then I didn't know what that meant. I think it was just because I was different from the Hindu faith.
Yeah.
And I would go to prayer ceremonies and I would do all the things that my mum needed me to do, but yeah, there just wasn't any like connection to it essentially.
Like always, or was this at a certain age?
No, just always. Okay. I just never like connected to it. I didn't have that longing to pray. I didn't have that longing to be a part of the community. I hardly know any Fiji Indians, to be honest. Like I have a couple of Fiji Indian friends that are Hindu, but other than that, like my community is Lebanese. Like that's just who I'm around all the time. The Harbs and the Gabriels, I'm pretty much like just an adopted family member to them now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love that.
I always say that too because like I really enjoy the food. So I was like, I need to marry an Arab man, I reckon. Just so that I can...
Yeah, who can cook.
Yeah.
You got to find someone who can cook.
Because then their family will be able to like, give me kibbeh. Like I'd have all these things.
You eat kibbeh.
Oh my gosh, I'm obsessed.
You are a cultured woman.
Yeah, thank you.
Good on you, Shareen.
Thank you.
I like it.
I like put the onion and the mint and everything with it.
You're full-blown Arab. What the... That is so good. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What was I up to? Yeah, no, so I guess as a teenager, things can be a bit lonely. And I probably didn't make the best decisions in life. I think I was just so much in a, I'm a go with the flow sort of person.
Yeah.
It was really hard for me to also like build on relationships, like, because there's this fear of just being left behind all the time.
Yeah.
And I think when you have this fear of being left behind, you kind of just stay away. Or you draw that barrier, you draw that, like you set that boundary. But sometimes that boundary could be blurred and yeah, so it just led to a lot of bad decisions, loneliness, really ill thoughts. I think everyone, like, bullying is so real in schools, and it goes into high school. And like, I'm really blessed because I did have my people in school, but one word can just really alter someone's day. I remember I was in year 7 and I had to catch the school bus, and the school bus would pick us up from school and then drop us off at Liverpool station, and then you would go and catch whatever you needed from there. And I remember I kind of sat like up the back a little bit more, and there was this older kid that got onto the bus, and he like stared at me, and I was thinking he was staring at me because there was a seat next to me, like he was going to take the seat. And then he started singing like Blah Blah Black Sheep. Yeah. And everyone kind of just went silent. And that was the embarrassing part. Not that he sung that song. It's that everyone else in that moment knew that that wasn't right. And they knew that that was wrong. And that shouldn't have happened. But no one said anything. Not one person said anything. And so there was some giggles. There was some nod of the head, like no, that shouldn't have happened, but no one said anything. And I remember just turning my like back into the window of the bus. I mean, my face into the window of the bus and just sobbing. And like still, like no one's comforting you in that moment. But like it altered it. That scenario took away like 4 months of confidence. It took me ages to like come back out of it. Because also when we lived in New Zealand, we lived in like areas that was primarily white New Zealanders. So I was the only dark-skinned child going to school. So on top of that, my mum had to change my school a couple of times because the bullying was just so intense. Maybe 3 or 4 times. Yeah, she had to change me. And it was, and I was just, I didn't know any different, right? Like, because this is me, like, this is who I am. But when you go into those schools, anything different is going to be like, you're not us. So that's what happened. So I think moving to Australia, you can see that there was a bit more culture. Mind you, when we moved to Australia, like 2 years later, like every Fiji Indian from Fiji literally moved to New Zealand. You go to New Zealand now and everyone's Fiji Indian. And I was like, where were you when I needed you? Yeah, so it really drew out like, I guess, just the trauma of constantly being teased about your skin color, which is not, it's not nice. Which is why I'm saying to you, there's a different level of confidence that you need to have in yourself for you to be, comfortable. And it's taken a very long time, and I'll own it now. But people, you'll be surprised how many people still draw attention to your skin, essentially.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But in saying that, this is why I really got into my industry of like early childhood, because inclusiveness, like I can help mold these children and help really give them a good head start in life to just be accepting and loving, and to, just be respectful, and for them to know that we might all look different, but we all still bleed the same. We all still have a heart. We all still might like the same TV shows or the same toys. So it really sparked, me as a person to know, like, what do I want to do in life? No, I want to make a difference, and I want to set other children so then they don't have to go through
God bless you for wanting to make that change.
Yeah, well, I mean, it just came naturally.
Yeah. I mean, that is such a huge thing. Like, I hate that. The world is, while the world tells us that they're trying to fight racism and sexism and all this stuff, the way they're going is the exact opposite. And they'll like put you into one group, and then they'll put me into another, and they'll put Sarah into another, and they're just trying to divide everyone by their race, their gender, their sexual orientation or whatever. Like, they're all different groups, and you're all up against each other. And it's like, if we just understand that there are 2 types of people in the world, there are sons of God and daughters of God, we're all sweet.
That's it.
And it's exactly like you're saying, we might look different, but that's That's about it.
That's it. That's it.
That's it.
And I truly think that, like, you know, things come your way. And whatever comes in life, if it comes to you, it's meant for you. You know, if your cross needs to be a little bit more heavier today, then let it be. Because that's what it's there for. But I think those experiences, if I didn't go through them, then I wouldn't think the way that I think now. I wouldn't be who I am. I wouldn't have had that drive to want to implement that into other children's lives, essentially.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it really helped me grow in my teenage years, but there was still so much that I needed to do. Like, yes, you can go to like parties and you can go to, you know, I started working at McDonald's when I was 14. That was a massive, that changed me, because before that you would say boo and I would cry. Like, I was such a little, no, I'm not going to swear. I was such a little girl. But yeah, I essentially kind of needed McDonald's because like, you're forced to talk to people. Hi, what can I get for you today? Like, you can't hide behind the screen, like, you're there. So it really helped bring me out of my shell, and then that's when my kind of confidence really started to dive in. But again, there was no purpose. Like, there was no drive to really understand what more is there. And I always find myself, like, talking to myself sometimes, but I realize that, like, every word can be a prayer as well. So maybe I was praying, but I just didn't know that I was praying. But leading into my 20s, again, I kind of wasn't making the best decisions, and I just was really focused on myself, and I was very, like, inwards looking, and my relationship with my mum didn't go the best. I was just trying to spend more time outside of the home than inside of the home. And it's weird because it's like that everyone has that sense of community, yes, but also people really love their families. And it was really hard for me to connect with my mum, and I don't know what it is. Still to this day, I don't know what it is. I love her so much. I can't imagine my life without her. But the sense of community and love that I see in other people's families, it's just not present at the moment, and it never really was. So it's my relationship with my mum is like hot and cold, but the respect and love and admiration that I have for her is like beyond this world. But it wasn't until maybe like my mid-20s I really started to have this like downfall of really ill thoughts. Just, I was in a really dark space and I couldn't get myself out, and I just really was, you know, like, you try and find a sense of community, but sometimes you just hang around the wrong people. And when you hang around the wrong people, you are the means of your environment. If they were doing bad things, I was doing bad things. If they were drinking until they were passing out, I was drinking until I was passing out. Like, and it wasn't so much to feel included, it was just the numbness of it all. It's very like I'm not going to take away. I've lived a very blessed life. Like, I've done amazing things in my life, but it was just, no one knew, right? Like, the shell of me was bright and vibrant and loving, and like, I'll do anything for my friends, I'll do anything for my family. But the inside of me was like cool and dark and grey and black, and just really evil thoughts were always coming my way. So it wasn't until maybe when I just turned 30, which was 2020, so going into COVID and stuff like that, that also really drew me back, because I was in this space of every day I was hanging out with someone after work. to fill that void of loneliness. Every day I was making plans, whether it was going to eat or hanging out at someone's house. I was never hanging out at home. I was always just with other people because I needed that to like feel value, essentially.
Yeah.
But COVID really stripped that away from everyone, right? Like we had to kind of force to be home. We didn't have that. And thankfully, like I was an essential worker. So I still had to get up every day and I still needed to go to work. And I think that honestly saved me because I don't think I could have done it at home the whole entire time. I don't think I could have gone from never being at home to completely being at home. It also gave me a sense of purpose to like, you know, go out and make a difference. But that's when the dark thoughts really crept in more. And I was like, this isn't it. I don't think this is what life is supposed to be. I don't think waking up every day to have a dark thought come into your mind is the purpose of living. But then the question is like, what is the purpose? Why do we get up every day? And I couldn't figure it out. And I was just on this roller coaster of like, I was showing up for others, but I wasn't showing up for myself. And then I guess I did a bit of a deep dive into who are you, what do you do, and who do you want to be remembered as? And I thought to myself, okay, this is not what I want. I don't want to be that girl that's going out and partying all the time and, you know, just doesn't have any ambition or like a thought of what her future is going to be. Like I need to start thinking of the bigger picture. And in saying that, there was always a bigger picture, but it was blurry. Like I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know like what's in store for me because I was in so much of a go with the flow mentality. So it was really hard to like set goals, you know, or to have something to look forward to, which kept bringing me back down into that dark space. It wasn't a nice space to be. And then I remember I had a little bit of a disagreement with a friend where, you know, sometimes you outgrow friendships and sometimes you learn from them, or sometimes it elevates your friendship into a whole new light. And this conversation, it really blindsided me. Like I didn't realize that it was coming my way. But this situation allowed me to be like, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to cry about it? No. I remember I got this like long message and I was just in shock, like reading it. And I was just like, this person wants nothing to do with me. Like they've been friends with me for so long and they don't want anything to do with me. And I remember just, it was like a scene from a sad movie because I parked up at the petrol station. I read the message. I filled my car up with petrol. It was raining. I went back. My car didn't start. Then I went back into the rain, walked back to the guy. Can you help me start my car? No, I can't. You have to buy the jumper leads. I was like, oh my gosh, I need to get home by 6:30 because I have an online Teams meeting with my team. Like it was just, everything was happening in this moment. And I knew that I was getting tested, but I was like, just get through. And I remember sobbing on the way home and I was crying so much because I was just like, that fear of being left behind, right? That fear of being forgotten. It's happened before. It keeps happening. People keep leaving. Why do people keep leaving? There's something wrong with me. Again, it was indirect. And I just thought to myself, okay, Shareen, you're not sitting here anymore. This is not this, what you're reading, it's their feelings. It's got nothing to do with you. You might have added to it, but they've written this in some sort of emotional state. Let it be their words. It's just words for now. Just get through what you need to get through. And I remember getting home and I just like wiped my face and I ran inside, put on my laptop, jumped on for this Teams meeting and did an hour and a half meeting with this team, did like all this professional development and like this workshop. And after it, I was just like, okay. And I remember talking to my other friends about it. And the I wouldn't say it was a disagreement, but like things were a little bit like cold for a few weeks. But I remember my friend, she said to me, Shareen, you are handling this situation with so much grace and so much calmness. It's actually so beautiful to witness. She's like, because I know you. If this happened a year or 2 years ago, you would have been sobbing and crying and just, you know, like not understanding what the situation is, but like, what is it? And I said, I've just been like praying a bit more. And she's like, what do you mean? And I was like, I've just been, you know, like kind of Googling some Bible verses and just like seeing what you need to read to get you through a hard day. And it's been really helping. And she's like, okay. And also, everyone in my life have been on their own spiritual journeys, and everyone's was hitting at different times, and it was high and low at all different times. So again, like I said, I'm very blessed to have the people that I have in my life, and they were the ones that really introduced me to a life of Jesus. They were the ones that were just like, when you put your faith in something, there are so many fruits that can come from it. And this was just like me just reading a couple of words at the time. And I was thinking, okay. And so when my friend had that reflection with me and she was like, you're just a completely different person, I thought to myself, wow, like I actually really am handling this really differently. And then that's when it hit me. You know when you get those like light bulb moments?
Yeah.
And I was like, this is it. This is when you put your faith in something, it's not about praying just for the sake of praying. It's not about being strong just because you have to be strong, because like I said, we all need to show up for ourselves. But it's in moments like this when you need strength, you put your faith into something and it helps you get through hard times. And I was like, wow, there's like a beautiful component to this, because my friend's right. Like I would have been sobbing for days and crying and probably complaining to like the world about it. But there was privacy that was held around this conversation and this whole situation. There was, you know, a different level of emotional intelligence on both ends. There was a lot of respect. And don't get me wrong, this person is still a big person in my life. Like, we have a beautiful relationship, a beautiful friendship. But it was clarity that, okay, if you put not just your strength into something, but if you really believe in something, you're not praying for an easier day. You're praying to be strong enough to get through the hard times. And I was like, okay, it's hitting. Right? Because you're constantly chasing for a feeling. And then I guess that's just kind of like where it dove down. I went on Amazon. I bought a Bible. Don't know if it was the right Bible. I found out that too, that there's so many different Bibles. I was like, oh my gosh, I got the wrong Bible. Like, I don't understand. And my friend Charlene, she's up out in towards Castle Hill Way, like Dural, and she knows. Yeah, you know Charlene.
Yeah,
Mary Jo and Jolene's cousin.
Yeah, that's right.
She said to me, hey, there's a Bible study group. So let's fast forward a couple of years now. So 30, now I'm at like 31, 32. And, you know, I'm asking questions and I'm getting answers.
Sorry, can I just...
Yeah, of course.
Butt in a little bit?
Sure.
Is this like the first sign of hope that you've had in such a long time?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, it would have been.
Okay.
Yeah. It was, the situation was not that dramatic. When I look back on it now, it wasn't that dramatic. But in that moment, it felt like my world was crashing down. And sometimes the smallest little glimmer made me realize, okay, I wasn't waking up with bad thoughts. I realized, wow, like there's strength in faith. And there was, every morning when I was coming up, I was paying attention to the sun that was peeping through my window, essentially. I wasn't drowning in the sorrow of what the world has to offer. I was like, okay. And there was like a pep in my step. Like I was just ready for the day. And I was just, you know, there was this level of confidence that was building in me, which every female knows happens at different times. You know, whether we get our hair done and our makeup done, we might feel confident then compared to when we're in our trackies and our sweatpants. Or like, but to elevate within yourself, it was like, okay, I want more of this. I really want to know more. And mind you, I had gone with some of my Harb friends to a mass. And I think I told you this when I saw you after Easter Vigil. And I went to a Maronite mass with them. And nothing against the Maronite community. I'm just making a disclaimer. It's like, you guys are beautiful. I love you all. You guys have great food. No. But I went to a mass with them. And then they did like a barbecue thing after. And I remember feeling really, really nervous to go. But it was purely just because of that fear of connecting, right? I've always been isolated because of my skin color, or because I'm like looking for something but I don't know what I'm looking for, or yeah, like, so I felt really nervous. And going to a Maronite community, as beautiful as the mass was, I also didn't know what I was listening to. I didn't know what was happening. I had so many questions. But the Maronite community felt like the Maronite community, and I did feel like a little bit of an outsider, and which is fine, right? Because I put myself in a position where I know nothing, I know no one. You're going to feel a little bit nervous. But when Charlene said to me, come to this Bible study, like no pressure, but like, you know, it's not mass or anything. We're learning about his word. I remember my mum made my favorite dinner. I was like roast lamb. And I was like, do I eat the roast lamb? Do I go? Do I eat the roast lamb? Do I go? And I was like, what about a little bit of both? So I had like 3 bites. And like, you know, when you put like enough of everything on your fork that it feels like you've ate everything on your plate. So I did 3 bites of like sweet potato, pumpkin, lamb, gravy.
Yum.
And then I was just like, yep. And then I was like, Mum, just leave it here. I'll be back. And mind you, I couldn't tell my mum where I was going. So my mum's like, why did you not eat all your dinner? Like, this is your favorite. And I was like, it's nothing. It's not you. It's me. Like, sorry. Like, I'll be back. But I remember going to this Bible study, and I walked in and I was like, wow, there were so many different, like, beautiful skin colors. Like, you know, so many people from different backgrounds. And there was one man, and he was like, what brought you here today? And I just said, I've always been a bit spiritual and believed in a bit of a higher power, but I've just kind of started to realize how strong it is to put your faith in something. And that's what I'm here for. And he said, how beautiful. You know who that was? That was Brother Sheldon.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Are you
I
serious?
just got shivers.
Yeah.
Me too.
It was Brother Sheldon at the time. And so after that, because they were all so welcoming, and the community at St. Joseph's in Moorebank, they're so beautiful. Like, you think you're going to just go to mass and then leave straight after. No, you have to allocate another half an hour to just standing outside to just say hi to everyone and talk to everyone.
It's so true.
And like, you're lucky if you make it home before 8 o'clock, to be honest. But yeah, they were just so beautiful. And I was like, I felt included. I felt like, okay, like this doesn't feel like judgment. This doesn't feel like, you know, this doesn't feel eerie in any way. Again, not to take away from the other masses that I had gone to. It was just a different feeling. That's all. And I remember going home and there was this like refreshing feeling that just came over me. And I was like, is that what I need? Like, is that what I need more of? And then I never used to go mass by myself. Never, ever used to go mass by myself. I'd always hit up Jolene or Mary Jo and be like, hey, like, when you go to mass, can I come with you? And they're like, yeah, for sure, come. And I would go with them. And again, I had no idea what was happening in this mass. I didn't know what the consecration was. I didn't even know how to say a Hail Mary or an Our Father until after I got baptized. I knew nothing.
Wow.
Like literally a baby to the faith. I knew how to say Amen. I didn't even know how to do the sign of a cross. But I remember going and sitting in mass and just everything the priest was saying was just blurred out. And all I was doing was just staring at that of Jesus and just thinking, wow. And any sense of like heaviness that was on my shoulders, it was just like each problem was just like falling off my shoulder. And I was like, you know, I was coming to terms with that people say like, this is the house of God. So I thought to myself, okay, I'm in his home. He's allowed me to be here. And look how comfortable he's making me feel.
Wow.
And I just thought, okay, maybe I need to keep coming. So I didn't go on a regular basis to the youth nights, but I did go to one that they did at St. Christopher's where they watched the video of What is a Woman? Have you seen that?
With Matt Walsh.
Yeah, I
Matt Walsh.
think so. Yeah. And that changed my perspective. And I was like, And because I work with kids as well, I was like, I don't know how I would feel if I knew that someone was forced to take medication because they might feel like they're a boy today. Like, it really started to like spark these ideas. And then I remember like weeks are going past, and I remember coming home from work one day and I looked at the clock and there was about 15 minutes before mass started, and I was 15 minutes away from St. Joseph's. And I was like, do I go to mass by myself? Like, I don't know if I should do that. Like, I was like, no, Shareen, you're going to go to mass by yourself. If the thought came to your head, you run with it. So I went to mass for the very first time by myself, and I sat right up in the back because I was like, I don't want to draw any attention, you know, like, and in between this time, I was having really beautiful conversations with my friends. And I was just like, oh, you know, I went to this youth group and I did this and I went to this. And they were just like, wow. And they were really encouraging, and they were just like, that's really beautiful. And one of my friends, he was falling really deep into his faith at the time as well. So I was having really raw and honest conversations with him, as well as like Jolene, Mary Jo. Like, I was just, you know, constantly having these really raw conversations. And I sat up, and Father Chris was doing what I now know, the homily. And he said something in the sense of, it's important for you to spread his message. And you know, when you go to mass with Father Chris, sometimes you just think that he's like staring into your soul.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I promise you he was looking at me. There was probably like 45 other people in this mass, but like he was looking at me. And he was and his message was like, you like, when these conversations are led through him. He is in us while we're speaking to one another. That is what he wants. He doesn't want us to talk about things that we don't want, like, that are not really necessary. I mean, he does. Like, he wants us to have a life, but like, this is what he wants. Yeah. And I'm thinking in my head, oh my gosh, all these people, they're talking to me. Jesus is coming through them. And I'm thinking, like, this is so beautiful. And I was putting all these pieces together. Yeah. And then I thought to myself, okay, I went to mass by myself. Shareen, this is massive. This is massive. You had no idea what was happening. You just followed the lead of everybody else. The only thing that I knew that I couldn't do was go up and receive communion. But I didn't understand why. I just knew that, like, I did it more so because I was like, I don't belong just yet.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go up yet. So then I kind of really thought about what it means to go to mass. Like I really like was thinking, okay, is this for me? Like worthiness, right? Are we worthy enough to go to mass? Does he want us to, will he accept us in his home? Mind you, I also didn't realize that you needed to fast 1 hour before going to mass. And I know that it's more so before communion now. But like I would be like, oh, it's 5:30. I've got some time. I'll just go get some nuggets from Macca's, and then I'll just eat some nuggets, and then I'll go in, and then I won't be so hungry. So then by the time I get home, it'll be fine. Father Sheldon's face when I told him I ate a cheeseburger like 30 minutes before I was going to mass. He was like, "Oh, Shareen." You didn't know, but it's okay.
That's
but
okay.
oh,
Yeah, you
Shareen. Yeah,
gosh.
so mind you, everyone's going to think that I just eat Macca's. I promise you I eat other food. It's not just McDonald's. I then just was like trying to read this Bible. And also when you're coming to your faith, you need to know that the Bible isn't just a book that you read from start to finish. Like it's not something that you can just read a chapter and then go to bed. Like it's very overwhelming. And I couldn't, like people were talking like Old Testament, New Testament. I was like, I don't know what they're saying. Or they're like verses or this chapter, this verse. I was like, what does that mean? Like I didn't get it.
Yeah.
And I was frustrated. I was like, why am I not getting it? But then I'm also a bit of a perfectionist. So I feel like I need to know everything straight away. But it wasn't that. I just needed to learn to be patient with myself. So one of my friends, her name's Rose, she said to me one day, because I was really like, you know, opening up about like my experiences and just going to mass, and obviously coming from a Catholic faith, you're going to be really encouraging of others that are doing it, right? Yeah. And she said to me, you know what you should watch? And I said, what? She's like, you need to watch The Chosen. She's like, it really helped me learn the relationship that Jesus had with his disciples. And I was like, oh, cool. And in my head, I'm like, I don't know what a disciple is. What's a disciple? I was like, I think it's those people that used to follow him, but like, I don't know. And I was like, all right, no worries. So I downloaded the app and I started watching it. And here's the trippy part, right? Like, I didn't even watch it on a regular basis. You know, like when you binge watch a show on Netflix or something and you're watching everything straight away. I wasn't even watching it on a religious basis. I was just watching it like here and there. But when I did watch an episode, then I had this calling to go to mass. And then when I did go to mass, the reading of the day was the episode that I had just watched. And I wasn't going to mass every week. I was just going like sporadically, like once every 3 weeks. And I was like, okay, you're a bit funny.
Wow, yeah.
I see what you're doing there. You know, like, so
Wow.
it did. It really did help me learn that most of his disciples were people that were just like us, that were making, you know, bad decisions just like us. And again, I just did this deep dive into like these saints and these people. So we'll fast forward another 6 months. So I'm having these like spirals, right? So like I'll go to mass and then like 3 months I won't go because I'm having this spiral of like unworthiness. Then I'll like go. Then sometimes I just go, but I don't understand what's happening. So I'm just kind of like going everywhere. And then my friend, Paul, he sent me one day a video clip from YouTube, like a link. And it was about a man who had converted to Christianity from his Islamic community. And he spoke about how his whole community just pretty much rejected him. And They wanted nothing to do with him. And even at his wedding, his parents didn't come. Nobody came. He had nobody with him.
Oh.
And he said in this like clip, would I do it all over again? 100 times over. Anthony, I sobbed. I sobbed so much. And straight after that message, Paul then writes a message saying, when are you getting baptized? ? And then I sobbed some more. And I was like, okay, what's stopping me? And then I responded to him and I said, you know, I'm not worthy enough to be a Christian. Like maybe one day, but I'm not there yet. Sorry, can I put this on the table? But like my legs are too short, so like I can't do it. I just need to get a bit comfy. Oh, okay. So he asked me that question, and then I remember sending him a message, and I pretty much said to him, I'm not worthy, like it's not for me, just yet, maybe one day, hopefully, and like I just went with that. And then he ended up calling me, and we had like a good 30-minute conversation, and he just said to me, he's like, but Shareen, like, are we ever going to be perfect? And then I was like, okay. And then I remember I was talking to Jolene. Me and Jolene, we had this little stage where we had like little phone dates every morning when we were on our way to work. And I was telling her about my conversation. And I was like, you know, Jolene, like, sometimes we just need to do things better. And like, once I get there, then like, I'll be able to, maybe I'll consider it. And she's like, no, I kind of agree with him. Like, why are we waiting? And I used to have such beautiful conversations with Jolene as well. And she really like helped me understand things, taking the emotion out of it. Again, I was indirectly pointing at myself. I'm not worthy. I can't do this because he won't want that because I'm not worthy of it. And she kind of said, she's like, Shareen, you know, when do we ever reach that level of perfection? If you're going to be waiting to be the perfect Catholic, it's never going to happen. It's never going to, you're always going to constantly be waiting. Whereas if you just let it happen now, then you're going to learn and you're going to grow. And I didn't understand the whole, you know, restarting the sacraments. I didn't know that this was an option. And so I thought about it and I was like, okay. And she's like, you know, like, let me speak to Father Chris. And I was like, okay. And I didn't know who Father Chris was. Like, I knew him, but I didn't have any sort of communication with him. Yeah. And I remember I went to a Samaskin dinner dance and I thought it was going to be, it was funny because I'm like, oh, it's just going to be chill. Like, you know, sitting at the table. Mate. What did you say before? You're like, Catholics, it ain't
no party like a Catholic party.
It. Well, it was a Catholic party. Let me tell you that. I walked away and I was like, oh, okay. Is this how we do it? Like, life's not that bad over here. It's not so boring. It's not just all scripture and readings. But yeah, so then I was like nervous, right? Like, because Father Sheldon was there and he was like, again, he was just a brother. And he was like, I'm so glad that you're here. And I had seen some of my Harb family members there. And I was like, okay, like, this is nice. Like, look at all these people come together. And then I think Father Sheldon had then become a bit of a deacon. Father Chris never, like, I don't know if Jolene ever said anything to Father Chris at this point, but I remember, again, randomly going to Mass, and I saw Father Sheldon, and I thought, you know what, like, I've spoken to him before. Why not just ask him? So then as we were walking out after Mass, he was like, hi, like, so, and, you know, he's a hugger as well. He's like, it's so good to see you. Like, how are you? And I was like, yes, I'm really good. And then I was like, hey, I was just hoping, like, when you get, like, a minute, can you, like, do you mind if we just have a chat? Like, I've just got a couple of questions. And he was like, yeah. He goes, do you have my number? And I was like, no. And then he's like, oh, it's on the WhatsApp chat. Like, just take it off there. And I was like, yeah, sure, no worries. And I got to the car and I was like, I'm not messaging him. I'm not doing, I don't want to be a burden. Like they're so busy. They're, you know, like, it's not even worth it. I'm just going to pull some receipts up.
Go for it.
Because it's just going to help with my little story. I just got so much stuff in here, so apologies. So it ended up being, actually,
Sorry, I'm also just going to check if my...
it's all right, we'll cut this part out, right?
No,
Sweet. Got a
everything's
response.
included.
Everything.
Everything.
I'm going to go to my little testimony slideshow so then I can, like, keep on track, because I had to do it for formation for Jubilee.
Oh, I love that.
So,
That's
yeah.
so good.
But I just have no internet because Vodafone's not great. So
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
just going to wait. No, that's okay.
Do you reckon, can I Wi-Fi share whatever it is?
Password, yeah. You should be able to
Can you
connect.
do that? So if you go to Wi-Fi...
I'll give everyone some elevator music.
This one?
Just press 9221. Yeah. Is it meant to come up for
It's
me?
meant to do it automatically. Like, you can't control it. But you can actually see the password if you click go onto the Wi-Fi, and then it should say password in dots.
Hey, that's cool.
Tell it to everyone out loud.
No.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah. New update on iPhones. Pretty fun.
Android's better.
No.
Samsung?
No. Oh
Stop
my
it.
gosh, that's the most disgusting
You will never
thing I've
own a
ever heard this
Samsung.
morning.
Thank you.
What do
You're
you
never
mean?
going to own a Samsung again.
No.
I'll never control your life, but this?
Wow. My next phone will be a Samsung.
No.
Thank you.
I
Is
don't
it
know
all
why
good,
you would do that
connected?
to yourself.
It's so much easier.
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's more
It's just-
accessible.
It's not. Let's not, because I'll get upset. Continue.
What is going on? Sorry.
Okay, so let's open it. I didn't message Father Sheldon because I was just like, they're so busy. Like, what's he gonna do talking to me, like some random person? And maybe like a day or two later, I get this message, and he's like, it's Deacon Sheldon at this point, and he's like, hello Shareen, 7th of March 2023. Hello Shareen, it's Deacon Sheldon here. I ended up finding your number in the chat. How many people's on that some-worthy chat?
Yes, so many.
Hundreds.
And
He
went through to find yours.
all of them.
Such a holy man.
Thought I would reach out. Is everything well? Hope all is okay. God bless you heaps. Deacon Sheldon. And I was like, oh.
Stalker.
No, not even. I was like, what a man.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even think that I would even be a thought in his head after that day. And he went out of his way to find it. And I was like, okay, we're going with it. I was like, hey, I just had a couple of questions, hoping we can meet. He's like, yeah, when are you going to be around? Let's have a chat. And that's just where the roller coaster started. That is where the journey started. I had a meeting with him. And I said to him, look, I'm thinking about getting baptized. And he said, praise God. You know how he's so calm? Like, you just want something out of him. But, like, unless you make him laugh and he does his little, like, I don't know what I was getting out of him. And I was like, and he goes, yeah, okay. He goes, all right. He goes, let's do some work. We'll do some, once a month we'll come together and we'll do some formation work and just really prepare you. He goes, but you have to do a course. And I was like, oh. Shareen and commitment, it's just it doesn't go hand in hand. My mum says to me all the time that I'm expired and no one will want to marry me because of my commitment issues. Yeah, I make her sound so lovely, eh? Like, I promise you she's a beautiful person.
I believe that. Oh my goodness.
It's just that fear. It's that fear of like every Tuesday I had to come and I had to make a commitment, and I don't like, even if like I'm taking someone somewhere and they're like, but like, what time do you think you're going to leave? Don't ask me that. Just let it be. Whenever if we want to leave at 10 o'clock, we leave at 10 o'clock.
I'm fully on board with that.
Yeah, like just have a like, obviously if you've got to wake up at the crack of dawn, then 100% maybe put a little bit of a boundary somewhere, maybe leave by like 10:30. But it's okay. Like at this point in time, I was just like, I don't have responsibilities. I don't, it's just me. It's work. It's my mum. Like I do what I need to do. So I didn't have that pressure on myself.
Nice.
But anyway, going off track. Anyway, so he's like, you got to do a bit of a course. And I was like, a course? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, no, it's okay. I've got friends and they have swimming pools. So you can just dunk me and like we'll call it a day. I'm baptized. I'm saved. We're done. He was like, well, Shareen. No.
I'm so sorry again.
It's okay. He's like, that's not really how it works. He goes, but he said something so beautiful to me that I say to everyone now. And he's like, I can't believe I actually said that to a priest. Just dunk me in a pool. Like I'm calling the shots. Who am I?
Oh gosh.
So yeah, he's like, no, Shareen. He goes, you can't love something if you don't know what to love. Doing this course will at least allow you to know the basics. And I was like, you know what? If I'm going to commit to this decision, then I need to jump on board. I can't half-ass it. Like I can't have one foot in and one foot out. Let's see what comes from this. And that's what it has been. It really has been. If a thought comes to your brain to pray, I take a minute to pray. If a thought comes to go to mass, I try and make it work and I go to mass. But I was still so naive to like what baptism was, but I just knew that there was this like longing for it. And the more I started going to mass, the more I was like, I want that. I want to receive communion. But because you're so kind of like, not isolated, but because you can't, I wouldn't even want to receive a blessing. I'm such an all or nothing person. So I was like, if I can't have the Eucharist, I don't want anything. Like, I was like, I don't want it. So that's what it came down to. I signed up for the course, and that's when Father Sheldon ended up doing some formation with me, and that's when I got introduced to my catechumen friends, which is Jacob and Harriet. So it was really good to actually have a support unit, essentially, to have someone to do it with. And if you had a question, there was no judgment, even with like Deacon Sheldon at the time. It was really like wholesome to know that, like, at that time when he first sat us down in the presbytery and we were on the lounge, I was like, who's these random people? He literally, the way he introduced me to Jacob, I think it was like a feast day for Mother Mary. I don't know which one it was, but he was like, I really, Anthony, do you know Anthony? And I was like, no. And he was like, he's got a friend Jacob and he's going to do the like formation with us. And I was like, okay. And then he was trying to find Jacob, and then he found Jacob, and he was like, okay, Jacob, this is Shareen, this is Jacob. Okay, just meet. He probably won't remember that. But I just remember that. Like, that was like such a, like, one of my first memories of Jacob was that. Just meet. And Jacob's a hugger, right? So he comes up, he's like, hi, and he like gives me this big hug, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm meeting new friends. Like, I just
That's so good.
but I understand what he was doing. He was giving us an opportunity to build our own little community, you know, because we were all going to be on the same wavelength, essentially. I mean, no one's going to be on the same wavelength as Jacob. He's another kid that's just built completely differently, but someone to turn to, like, yeah, we had each other. And to have Harriet with us as well, like, it was good to just have that balance of having another female. So I was going to mass randomly, started this course, really started committing to it. And I remember I was taking my mum to a hospital appointment one day, and I dropped her home, and I realised that it was 5:30, and I realised that I had time to get to mass. So I said to her, okay, I'm just dropping you off. Like, I'm going to go. I'll be back soon. And she's like, where are you going? And I was like, and I before this, if I said I was going out, I just said, I'm going out, I'm going lunch, like, I just didn't, like, bring attention to it. But I was like, I don't know where this courage came from. I was like, I'm just going to go to church. And she's like, okay. She didn't say anything. She gets out of the car. And I'm driving to mass, and I'm like, I just did it. I told her I'm going to church. I had no idea what was coming my way. And I thought there was a confidence that came over me. I was like, wow, like, you know, I got to tell her out loud, like, I'm going to church. And I was really happy. And I got home, and she's a Home and Away fan. So she was watching Home and Away, and she's like, so she turns around, and again, me and my mum, like, we don't like, we talk. I'm not saying we never talk, but, like, you know, when it's serious, when my mum starts a conversation with, like, we need to talk. Or so.
Yeah.
And she's like, so when did you start going to church? And I was like, oh, I've been going here and there with you know, Jolene and Mary Jo. And she was like, okay. I was like, is it a bad thing? And she was like, no. And I was like, okay. And then she was like, which church do you go to? And I was like, oh, just the one in Moorebank. And I wanted it to be very, like, short and sweet. Like, I didn't want us to dive into it. I just wasn't ready at this point. Yeah. And so then I was like, all right, cool. So then I just, like, got up and went to my room. Like, I didn't think anything of it. Now, here's the thing. My mum, she's very open, but my mum also, like any ethnic parent, they definitely care more so on what other people think.
Yeah.
And I think what's happened is she had maybe mentioned to her sibling that lives overseas, you know, like, Shareen's been going to church. And I think my auntie's very, like, old school, and I think my mum started to, because I'm here thinking, like, I'm going to church. She didn't respond. So I was going to church things, and she was like, where are you going? And I was like, oh, just to church or just to Bible study. So, like, maybe it was a little bit too much at this point.
Yeah.
And I remember me and my mum, we had a really difficult argument because, you know, finances are stressful, and just the way that we live and the cost of living is very stressful. And my mum had got made redundant, like, a couple of months before that. So she was really just feeling the pressure of, you know, she worked for Mustard and Homes for like 28 years. From the moment we landed in Australia, she was casual, and then she built her way up, and then she got made redundant. So any purpose she really felt was kind of gone, you know, to get up every day and to go to work, and it was gone. And she thought she was going to be working up until she was like 70 something. She didn't really mind, but yeah, she didn't have that option, and it got taken away from her so quickly. So I think she had more time to just kind of spend with her thoughts and be in her own mind. And yeah, like I guess I was spending more time just really building on my relationship with the Lord and understanding it and loving it. Like I loved RCIA. Like, yes, it was a little bit like, oh, it's Tuesday, I got to go. But there was like every day I was just walking away from it thinking like, wow, like there's something new that I'm learning. And I remember I was driving one day on the M7 and then like I had another light bulb moment and I was like, I now understand what the Old Testament and New Testament is. Old is when Jesus was not here, and then new is with Jesus. And I was like, oh, I'm so smart. Like, I thought I was like on such a high because I thought this. Even though people was explaining it to me, I didn't understand it, and I just had this random moment. So this is around the time that Father Sheldon got ordained. And I was kind of like, yeah, deep diving into my faith. And I remember I had a conversation with my my Catholic family. And they were like, how's your mum feeling about, about you going to mass? And I was confidently saying, yeah, I think she's all right. Like I mentioned it to her and I said to her that I'm doing this. And they were like, oh, okay, like cool. Like that's good. She's on board. And I was like, yeah, like I was really excited.
Yeah.
But little did I know that she was having her own little spiritual warfare. And, yeah, I think that's when it got a little bit rough. I remember she called me one day when I was at work. Sorry. No, that's okay. And we had gotten into an argument and we were just, up and down. My mum likes to say what she wants to say and then never give anyone else a space to say what they need to say. And then we just sweep under the rug. So the rug was getting there was a bit of a bump on the rug now and we were tripping over it. And she called me one day at work and she was like, whoever's telling you to go to church, you need to stop listening to them and you need to stop going to church. And I remember automatically my response was, I'm not going to do that. Like, where is it coming from? Yeah. And she said, you're not becoming a good person. So she was associating us and our arguments to me going to church. Yeah. I don't know how or why, but she was putting them together. Yeah. And she was like, I'm telling you right now, whoever is telling you to go to church, you need to stop listening to them and you need to stop going to church. Because we cannot have two religions under one roof. It's just like, no. And I just remember thinking to myself, where is this coming from? Like, I thought you were happy for me. Yeah. I thought you were just excited for me to like, not be going, because I was spending more time at home and I was just really like diving into a world of like, I was freely talking about like, geez, like it was just, I was on fire. And water just got chucked onto me. And I was just like, I don't understand. Like, where is this coming from? She's like, there's no ifs, there's no buts. If you don't stop going to church, like pretty much gave me an ultimatum. It was like, pack your stuff and leave. And I was just like, how do you, it's just me and her, right? Like, are you really going to do that to me? Like, you're going to care so much about what someone else has to say that you're going to take that away from me? And I just remember being so upset. And I messaged my friend and I said to him, like, this is just what happened. He's like, I'm so sorry to hear. He's like, do you want me to call you? And because she did it at work, like, I had 10 minutes before I was literally going into a meeting room with my CEO to deliver another workshop. I needed to get myself sorted. So I remember walking outside and I was just sobbing. Because again, it's just like, how can how can I be so like experiencing the fruits of his love, and then someone's going to come in and take that away from me? But not just somebody, my mother. And I remember thinking to myself, do I just give up now? Like, do I just, like, I'll stop going? And I was like, no, but like, why would I give that up? And even my friend said to me, he's like, that's a bit like, you know, it's a bit toxic. Like, why are we, you know, like, why is there such an ultimatum? But also, men come from a space of like, they think really logistically, right? So you guys think in a sense of, well, like, this is the problem, this is the answer. Whereas females will come from a reflective space of really just trying to understand the emotion. Yeah. And I said, I'm just going to give it a second. Like, I'm not going to respond. I'm not going to do anything just yet. Like, I'm just going to let it be. I went back upstairs. I wiped my tears away, went to the bathroom, washed my face, went into this meeting, did a great job at my workshop. Again, strength. Where did the strength come from? Faith. Where was my faith lying? With him. And I just thought to myself, okay. I also knew no prayers at this time. And all I would throw out was, Jesus, I trust in you. That's one thing Father Sheldon said to me. And I just used to throw out, Jesus, I trust in you. And I was just like, if this is what's supposed to be coming my way, then let it come my way. Okay, like, let me handle this later. I went home and she didn't say anything to me. It's like we never had that conversation. And I remember talking to Jolene the next day and I was like, look, I just need you to like listen to me for a second. And she put it into really good perspective. She was like, Shareen, you've gone from, you know, never being home to now being home to now finding a community. But have you had a conversation with her in regards to what you're feeling and how you finding your faith is changing you as a person? And I said, no, I haven't. I'm so used to just living so independently. And, you know, like I was helping my mum pay bills at such a young age, and I was like taking the rent money and walking and paying the rent because my mum was always at home. Like, it was just the level of independence that I had. When my mum tried to take it away from me, she couldn't take it away from me because I had grown into such a different person. And Jolene said to me, she's like, maybe you just owe her a conversation. And I was like, okay, maybe I do. But I wasn't ready. I said to myself, if I'm going to have a conversation with my mum about going to church, I need to make sure I am confident enough in what I'm going to be saying back to her, because I purely just want her to know that it's coming from a right space. It's not just because this is what everyone's doing. It's not just because this is what I want now and then I'll get over it in 2 weeks. Like, I also needed to know for myself.
Yeah.
And then I remember speaking to Father Sheldon, and he said to me, because like we were supposed to do formation with everyone else, and he's like, come a little bit earlier and we'll chat. And I remember just sobbing, and I was just like, I don't know. I don't want to cry. He said to me, when people draw closer to their faith is when we get like really tested by the enemy. And he's like, this is very common. And I said, okay. And then I thought about it and I was like, you know what? Out of sight, out of mind. I just won't be so open right now in where I'm going and what I'm doing. I was committed to going to Sunday Mass at this point, but I couldn't, like, I had to switch it up between Saturday Vigil, Sunday morning, Sunday night. Because if I was just traditionally going every morning or every night, she was knowing what I was doing. Yeah. So I needed to just, like, you know, change it up a bit. But the attacks, I didn't realize that I was feeling like I was on fire. and just this love of Jesus was coming my way. And I was wholeheartedly trusting in him. But I say to everybody all the time, I felt like I had nothing. Like, I felt like I'd really hit rock bottom, but my heart was so full. I was just putting my faith into something, and I felt like relationships around me were changing, friendships were changing. People were questioning, like, what do you mean you go to church now? You know, like, my core people knew. My core people, they were encouraging. But other people, you know, I remember saying to people at work, like, oh, yeah, like, they're like, what's wrong with you today? I was like, oh, yeah, I had a bit of an argument with my mum because I'm going to go to church. And they would be like, yeah, because you're Hindu, Shareen. You're a Hindu girl. You can't be going to church. And I was just like, but, like, I don't get it. Like, why can't I just do what I want to do? Like, if I'm finding faith in it. And it got really, really hard to the point where I was getting really bad thoughts again. And I was like, oh, okay, this is not it. And that thought of giving up never came, though. Like, that thought of, like, this is not what you want, it never came. There was, like, a calling that was so strong on my heart for me to want to get baptized and to just be closer to him that, like, even though I was getting spiritual attacks physically, mentally, like, I would just remember my heart felt so full. And I just ran with it. I just was like, okay, it doesn't matter. These are like little problems. It's fine. You need to do what's for you. I ended up getting really sick and I ended up in hospital and I had to have a surgery. And it all happened like really quickly because I remember these physical attacks were happening for like that solid last part of like 2023, the last 6 months. And I would just be waking up in excruciating pain. And my mum would be like, we need to go to the hospital. I was like, no, like, it's fine. And then I was just like reliving this pain again and again. And eventually one day I went to the hospital and they were like, we need to do emergency surgery. I was like, sorry? I don't know. Like, no, I'm not mentally prepared. I didn't even pack a spare pair of underwear. Like, I don't have my charger. Like, I don't understand. And I was like, can I, you know? And anyway, I ended up having surgery in February. And by this point, my baptism was booked in for April. So it's leading up to it. I remember waking up from my surgery, and the next day after my surgery, I created my little invitation for my baptism on Canva, and I was emailing it to people because the only thing that I was saying to myself before this surgery was, Jesus, I trust in you. I just repeated it in my head. When they rolled me into that theater, Jesus, I trust in you. Jesus, I trust in you. Jesus, I trust in you. Like, I didn't know anything else to say but that. And there's so much power in just those words that, like, I didn't know what it was meaning. After my surgery, I had to spend quite a bit of time at home to just recover. And my mum, godsend. Like, I remember I couldn't even get out of bed and she'd have to, like, come and, like, you know, like when you pick up a baby and you, like, cradle them from behind. She just had to, like, she really showed up for me. And I'm in this battle, right? Like, my mum loves me, but she doesn't want this for me. But I love her, but I want this for me. I couldn't keep up. So it was like a week or two after my surgery. And I was like, I've now handed out invitations for my baptism. And my mum still doesn't even know that I'm going to church. Something needs to change. Like, I need to get her on board. And in this time I'm thinking, like, can I even get her to church? Like I was still so hopeful that there was going to be some sort of a, okay, Shareen, no worries. Like, you do what you need to do. But I just also didn't have it in me to fight. And I think that's just because he really, like, softened my heart in this, like, preparation of baptism where you learn a different sense of patience and you learn a different sense of calmness. And I remember just thinking to myself, okay, I need to have this conversation. So I went into her room And I said, Mum, I need to talk to you. I don't want us to argue. I just want us to have an adult conversation and just really I just need you to listen to me. And she said, okay. And I said, I like going to church. I want to go to church. I go to church. And she's like, I'm not doing this with you, Shareen. Instantly shut me down. And I was like, no, but listen to me. I said, I'm changing as a person. I'm becoming better. You might not see it now, but I see it. And this is because I've been really putting my faith in something. My heart is changing. My mind is changing. And she was like, no. No. Simple, just no. I was like, but what are you not understanding? What do you need to know? Why, why? And she was like, if you get baptized or if you start going to church, you can't do what everyone else is doing when it comes to the other faiths. And I said, I would never be disrespectful to anyone else's faith, whether you're from an Islamic background, Buddhist, Hindu. I'll always be respectful to no matter what everyone else is doing. But I'm not I'm that's my stomach, oh my God. I'm not going to
Mine's been going off too. Sorry.
I was like, I'm not, I would never be disrespectful. I'm not going to stop doing things. Side note, as soon as I turned 18, I never went to another prayer ceremony with my mum. I didn't go to the temple with my mum. I had made a decision way before I had even gone to church that Hinduism was not for me. But I didn't know what I was. I was just lost in that time. Yeah. And the ultimatum was just there again. She's like, no. She's like, she looked me in the eye and she said to me, you are breaking my heart. And I just remember my heart just shattered because I was like, oh, that's not what I'm trying to do. And we only have each other, right? We don't have anyone else in this world. And I've just broken my mother's heart. Yeah. Sorry, I need a second.
Take your time.
Can I have a tissue, please?
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, when you know that this is someone that's sacrificed so much for you, her world got turned upside down, but she still showed up for me. For her to say you're breaking my heart, just shattered me. And I remember not wanting to cry in that moment because I thought to myself, Shareen, if you're going to show up in any way, you're showing up right now. Do not cry in front of her. You're strong. But I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry. Please.
It always gets me at this one point. I just didn't get it. I was just but I'm falling in love with this faith. Why can you not just be accepting? And she just said, if this is what you want, I've got no more room for you. And I thought, okay. Oh my gosh, my stomach. I literally was thinking to myself, I have a choice to make here. I don't know if I can do this. But when I thought that, I literally thought to myself, you wouldn't be living the life that you want to live if you're just going to follow what everyone else is doing just so you can please them. You're not going to live the life of truly following your heart if you're going to just constantly be, you know, living for others. But the part that got me the most was like I had this massive flash of emotions. This lady has, when we first moved to Australia, my mum went through some serious like mental health issues where she ended up in hospital. I feel like I need to drink some water because my stomach is just... Oh, thank you. She had like lots of mental health issues and she got diagnosed with a couple of conditions. And so she's like heavily medicated, not heavily medicated like in a bad way, but just in the sense of, you know, she's got diabetes. Like there's always things that are there, but she still shows up for me. Yeah. Whenever I needed it. I felt like I had disappointed her in this time because I thought to myself like, oh, I can't even be the daughter that she wants me to be. She's just literally, she's going to disregard me in anything that I do when it comes to the Catholic faith. And I walked away from it and I stood up and I said, Mum, this conversation is not going the way that I wanted it to. I will get baptized one day. It's going to happen. I will be going to church. You can't stop that. I will make sure that I will never disrespect anything that you do when it comes to your faith. But let's leave it at the fact of I'm going to do what I need to do and you're going to do what you need to do because I need to follow my heart. And if I don't follow my heart, I know I'm going to regret it. I'm changing for the better. You might not see it right now, but there is change in me. I don't really care what you have to say right now. This is what I'm choosing. And if you want me to leave, I'll go pack my bags right now. Like, and to be fair, I wouldn't have known where I was going. Like, I was prepared to live in my Toyota Corolla. Like, I was like, I can make it comfy. Those bucket seats, they're quite comfortable. And I know that I have so many beautiful people in my life that they would have supported me. But I was ready. Like, and my mum said to me, I can't have this conversation anymore. And I just remember leaving the room and she was just weeping. And my mum doesn't cry. Like, she's such a strong lady. She's been through so much. But she was just weeping. And I was like, okay, I'm going to leave the house for a little bit and I'll come back in a couple of hours and I'll see what happens. And I did. And then I came back. It was the same thing. Like, no discussion. She just swept it under the rug. She spoke to me like it was fine. So by this point, I'm only like a month off from getting baptized. And I've now come to the understanding that I'm not going to have any family. Because if I can't even tell my own mother that I'm getting baptized, how am I supposed to go around and like say it to everybody else? There was like a level of respect that I still wanted for her. But I also realized that if she's not going to be understanding, they're not going to be understanding. And my uncles are quite traditional. They are like, they practice their Hinduism so strongly that they wouldn't have any understanding. I've always worn like a cross around my neck, and just even before I even started going to church, and they would always ask me questions like, have you joined a church? Have you, you know, like, is this what you've done? And I was like, no. Like, to the point if they were to find out, like, I reckon they'd get old school on me, like, put me in a room, stone me. Like, not really, but, like I think, like, that it would be a very heavy conversation, and that I don't know what the understanding would be on their level, but I do know that it would not be an easy conversation. And so that's why I just decided I'm not going to tell anyone else about it. So a week before my baptism, so we had done our scrutiny masses. Father Sheldon's preparing Harriet and Jacob for reconciliation. You know, like it's all happening, and in my head I'm like, I'm doing the right thing. I'm doing the right thing. I'm doing the right thing. I've handed out these invitations. Other people are getting excited for me, but I'm sitting in this like, I can't live in the joy of it because my own mum can't be there. So, long story short, a week before, maybe 2 weeks before my baptism, I was still healing from my surgery, and I ended up napping in the middle of the day, which never happens. Like, I'm not, if I nap during the middle of the day, like I'm up till all hours of the night. So I was like, okay, like my body obviously needed it. But just before I fell asleep, I was like, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if this is what I'm supposed to do now. And I was like, you know, like you and I just remember being so raw and just staring out of my bedroom window and just looking at the sky. And I was just like, I don't know. Like, how do I know that you want this for me? How do I know that you want me to be with you? Like, I am so confused. I'm in this space of where I could lose my family, but I could gain to be closer to you. Anyway, so I fall asleep and I had this dream. And in this dream, I remember just like, it sounds like I was on some sort of a trip, but I promise you, I don't even know what that would even feel like. But when I describe it, it sounds like I was on something. I definitely was not. It's like I was looking at the universe, like the Milky Way, right? And I was looking at it, but like way, like there's like a little shadow. And so I'm looking at this shadow and I'm looking at this, but you know, like when you get those little like books and you flick the bottom and it like someone's drawn something, but it changes each time. So it was like that. Like it felt like it was very like black and white, like choppy, but like also very like Zyrtec-y. See, sounds like I was on something, right? And it's like I was getting thrown into these different portals. But the only thing that was consistent was that there was this shadow. And this shadow just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as I was just getting put through these portals. And it felt like I was like spiraling, like spinning. And then finally it's like here and I realized that it's him. It's Jesus. And he's right there and he's getting closer and closer. So it's still like that, you know, like choppy feeling. And he's getting closer and closer and closer to the point where like his nose was touching me. And I remember just looking at him and he was just glowing and he was beautiful. And he just got closer and closer and closer. And then it's like his nose touched my nose. And then like I was in his eye, but like I was back looking back down at the universe. But it wasn't me. I was just in him. Does that make sense?
Wow, yeah.
It sounds really crazy, like I was on a trip, but I promise you I wasn't. And I woke up from that nap and I was like, that's my sign.
Wow.
Like he's saying like, stop doubting me. Stop second guessing me. Like I am in you. You are in me. And I didn't realize how serious that dream was until I was hanging out with some of my Gabriel family. And one of my friends, she said to me, like, how did you feel after that had happened? And I was like, there was just this sense of calmness that came over me. And I was like, she was like, okay, like, that's really beautiful. Like, that's a really massive sign, Shareen. And I was like, yeah, I didn't think that deep into it at that point. But then when I led up to my baptism, and I remember getting ready that day, my mum was still just in bed, and I'm putting my white dress on, and I'm slicking my hair back because I know that I'm going to get a whole heap of water poured over my head. I walked out that door, and my mum had no idea that my life was about to change. Wow. Like, no idea. Like, she was literally just napping. I was about to be reborn, and she had no idea. She just thought I was going out.
Wow.
I did leave at like 7:30 in the morning, so I don't know where she thought that I was going. But like it was just,
Yeah.
And I remember getting to the church, and I remember Jacob. He was like the first one that was there, so Jacob got confirmed at Easter Vigil. But out of the whole RCAA group, I was the only one that received. Like it was only us three, essentially. Oh no, there was one other person that got confirmed with him, but I was the only one that was getting baptized, receiving Eucharist, and getting confirmed.
Yeah.
And everyone was like getting ready to go into the church, and a lot of my friends that I invited, they were some of my friends that had questioned, is this really what you're gonna do? And I was like, yep, come and have a look, like it's fine. And I was a bit nervous about what they would have thought about the church, because going into a Catholic mass, if you don't understand it and you don't know the meaning behind it, it can be quite overwhelming.
Yeah.
So I remember just thinking to myself, all right, we're here. And I just remember standing at the front for a second, and everyone was walking in, and Jacob was like, are you good? And I was like, he wants this for me, right? Like, it's not like I love him more than he loves me. Like, he wants this for me. And he's like, Shareen, he wants this for you. Like, don't doubt that at all. And I was like, okay. Oh my gosh, can you hear my stomach?
I
How
actually
embarrassing.
I can't even hear
can't.
it, to be honest.
I then was like to myself, all right. I walked in and I told everyone to wear white, because I was like, if I'm getting holy, you can be holy too. So everyone wears some white. But then I walked in and Father Sheldon was like, hi, like, and he was ready for the day, and he had a whole agenda, and like this was, he planned this around Divine Mercy Sunday. He was the only one running the masses at the time, because as well, all the other priests were just everywhere else. Yeah. And I said to him, like, it's like time. He was like, it's time. And I said the same thing to him. I was like, but does he love me? Like, does he want this for me? He's like, Shareen, he's had this planned for you since before you even knew it. And I was like, okay, this is what's happening. Like, I'm getting baptized. And so all the ceremony started, and I just remember like looking at the seats, and I was just like, it's okay. It's okay if your family's not here. It's okay if your blood's not here. Because like, everyone...
Do you need another?
Maybe. I think Sarah needs one too.
You okay?
Yeah.
Do you need?
No, it's fine.
I thought to myself, you know what, Shareen? You might be here by yourself, and you might be doing this, like, with none of your family there, and they might not understand, and it's okay. You don't need to be understood all the time. But, like, look at the family that God chose for you. Like, the people that showed up for me, the people that made an effort to come so early and to just... I can't explain it. And now my makeup's going to look so ugly.
Not at all. Not at all.
I just looked at them and I thought to myself, it's not about your family, blood, whatever it is. Proverbs 27:17. Iron sharpens iron. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for these people, and these people probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me taking this step. I'm so huge on that verse. It's probably the only Bible verse that I know off by heart. But it's gotten me through so many things. But do you know what I read to myself that day? Which is like the verse that I have to read it because I don't know them all off by heart. Isaiah 41:10. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. That, it is the one thing it is the one verse where I was like, why am I sitting in fear? This is the start of something that's going to change your life dramatically. And it's okay. If you're doing this alone and you don't have your blood with you, look at who God's chosen to be with you today. So I got baptized, and Father Sheldon literally poured, like, it was like, in the name of the Father, and then 30 seconds would go by. In the name of the, like, there was so much water, like I could feel it dripping down my back. But I was like, cleanse me, please, I'm ready. And I didn't realize as well, like, the love that you feel when you know that you can restart. I was just like, this is such a beautiful part of baptism, but there was something more special because it wasn't out of tradition, right? Like, I wasn't born into a Catholic family. I'm coming, I'm choosing you, you're choosing me. You've already chosen me, really. But I've just now come to the understanding that, like, this is the life that I want to live with you. Jesus, I trust in you. Again, I still didn't know any prayers. Father Sheldon gave me this right before I got baptized, and I held it in my hand the whole time, which is why I brought it with me today, because I was like, I need to just feel courageous enough. I chose St. Jude as my patron saint. Rose was the one that told me, you know, Jude gets mistaken for Judas a lot. So a lot of people forget to pray to him.
Yeah.
But when he does get a prayer, like, he's like, I'm going to work on this prayer. Like, he goes straight to God, and he's like, listen, we need to put this to the top of the agenda. Like, we're working on this one today. And even though he's known as, like, the impossible cause, like the patron saint for impossible causes, there's also so much behind him in the sense of strength and courage. And he was just so loyal to him. That whole saint process was just really surreal for me because there's so many beautiful saints in this world. But the part that trips me out the most is, I have to find this part of my slide. I held on to this the whole entire time that I was getting baptized, and like the whole ceremony, really. When I first received Eucharist, when I got confirmed, like everything. And I was like, this is another full circle moment, right? Like, strength, faith. This is where it's at. But do you remember how I said to you, my friend had sent me that video clip for the guy that had converted to
Muslim convert. Yeah.
Okay. Look, I only realized this when I did my testimony for the first time for our Jubilee formation. Look at that screen and tell me what you see, like what you read. So mind you, I only chose St. Jude like 3 months before. What do you see?
Oh my gosh.
So this was sent to me in 2023.
Wow. It's got, so the name of the channel, is that what I'm looking at? Is Apologetics, and then Jude 1-3.
Yeah. And do you know what that reads?
No.
It says, let me open it for you. So I don't know if anyone else can see, but like that clip, it's like right there. It says Jude. So it's like he had chosen me. You know how they say like your saint, you don't choose your saint chooses you? I was like, when I was putting this all together, I was like, oh, okay. This is he was meant for me. Yeah. I'm trying to remember how to even use this app, but okay. So Jude says in 1:3. Yeah.
Jude 1:3. Can I read it out?
You can read it out.
Okay. Beloved, being very eager to write to you of our common salvation, I found it necessary to write appealing to you to contend for the faith which was once for all delivered to the saints. Oh. Wow. Of our common salvation.
Mm.
To contend for the faith which was once for all delivered to the saints.
And like, what's our aim, right? Like, we all like aim to be saints. Like, I don't know. It was just so surreal to me. I don't know if that will hit for many others, but it definitely hit for me because I was like, it was meant to be. Like, it was planned. When I finally got to receive Eucharist, wow, that moment of waiting, all those times that I said no, all those times that I was like, I'm not even going to get a blessing, it sounds like I'm copying Jacob's story. But the thing is, in hindsight, this was Father Sheldon's first year of priesthood as well. And he helped 3 of us move in our faith. Jacob obviously received communion the week before, but me and Harriet received on Divine Mercy Sunday. And we kneeled, and he gave it to us. And honestly, it felt like the world was frozen. And it was just blurry. And all it was Father Sheldon, Jesus, and me. And I remember not listening, it was like you could hear a pin drop. The noise of everything was completely gone. And just for like 10 to 20 seconds, it was me and our Lord. And the funniest part was, I didn't tell anyone, right? Like, I'm just thinking, like, I'm out here having another spiritual moment. Like, I'm not going to talk to anyone about this. But Father Sheldon was the one that came to us like a week later and was like, you know, how did you how did you feel when you received Eucharist? And I explained it to him. He's like, do you know what's funny? He is the exact same thing happened to me. And it only happened with, like, he goes, I've given out communion so many times. But that exact same feeling only happened when I gave Eucharist to you, Jacob, and Harriet. And I was like, Harriet, did you feel this too? She's like, yeah, but I didn't want to say anything because, like, do you know what I mean? So it's just, it feels repetitive me saying it because obviously people have already heard someone else's perspective. But, like, it was so beautiful. In this moment, it was like all these thoughts came to my mind and it was just like, this is the why. This is the way. You now have purpose in your life. And I was so fearful of confession. Like, I was like, I'm going to wrap myself up in bubble wrap after I get baptized. I'm never going to leave my room. Like, I'll never sin again. Like, nothing, like, I'll never have to go to confession. And people used to laugh at me. They used to be like, yeah, okay, Shareen. And I saw Father Sheldon like a week later. I went to Mass. And he's like, so how's everything going? And I was like, yeah, I'm going to need that confession. And he's like, what? I was like, yeah, I'm gonna need to do confession. He's like, but you know you've been like cleansed of all sin. Like you can start fresh. And I was like, yeah, but there's just too many things on my heart and I need to give it to the Lord. And he's like, okay. And he goes, let's do it next week. I was like, sure. And he sends us that like massive examination of conscience link. And I remember the day before I tried to cancel and I was like, hi, Father, I'm going to have to rain check on my confession. And he's like, can I ask why? I was like, I just haven't examined my conscience enough. And he's like, that's because you're trying to do it by yourself. Like, you need to get the Holy Spirit to help you. And I was like, you know what? Let's just do it. And everyone talks about confession. Like, you go in and you walk out and you feel like this weight is lifted off your shoulders. And I did a confession and it was beautiful and I sobbed and I cried and we were in there for like nearly an hour and, you know, it was heavy. But I walked out and I didn't get that feeling. And I know I shouldn't chase for a feeling, But it wasn't until I received Eucharist again, I was like, yeah, there's a special connection to communion.
Yeah.
I think it's just to keep you accountable and to know that, we're all aiming to live God-fearing lives and to really just kind of do better, be better, but do it in love for Him.
Yeah.
And there was one time I tried to go to care night and I got all the like times and everything wrong. You know how it's like confession and then adoration, and I just didn't know what was happening where, and I missed out on confession because I came too late. And I remember just sitting up the back and I saw other people like going to receive Him, and my heart was aching. It was like I was heartbroken all over again, and I was just like, okay, this is, you need to be better, Shareen. You need to do better. You need to try a little bit harder and just to really try to pay more attention to the choices that you make. But would I change it? No. I went into there. I left by myself. I came home by myself. I was out all day and I came home. And my mum was just cooking dinner, watching TV, and my whole life had changed. And she did not even know. She had no idea. She had no idea. But yeah, that's pretty much what got me to there. And it's been a very, very, very beautiful journey. And there has definitely been a lot of spiritual attacks since then as well. But I remember there was this one time that I said to, we were doing like a bake sale for our Jubilee trip. So we're going on a pilgrimage with Father Sheldon, and we were doing like a bake sale to try and raise some funds. And I was having my worst attacks at this point, like mentally, like I was like really spiraling. I felt like I think when you are new to the faith, you, I think I've mentioned this to you before as well, you mourn your old self because you're coming to light to be a new person. But in that all happening, you are learning to do better and be better, but you're still falling into sins that you didn't know were sins. So you stop trying to partake in them, but when you do or you fall, then you get really disappointed because you're an adult, you should know better. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I was just having a really bad time. And I remember after the bake sale, I asked Father Sheldon, like, can I talk to you? And he was like, yeah, sure. And we went into his little office and he closed the door and he's like, are you okay? And I was like, no. Like, I just broke down. And he's like, what's going on? And I was like, I can't do it anymore. Like I can't do it. He's like, what? Catholicism? He had like a little laugh behind it. Not like in a bad way, but he pretty much laughed in my face for a second. And I was like, yeah, I tap out. I can't do it. It's too hard. And he's like, what do you mean? Like, he probably felt like, wow, I'm not doing my duty as a spiritual father. Like, I baptized her and she's already leaving us. Like, what do you mean? And I said to him, I continue to confess the same sins. I was frustrated, right? Like, because I was like, I can't get it. Like, I can't put it together anymore.
Yeah. And
I also said to him, like, I'm just done. I go, but I love him so much. I'm sobbing. And he's probably seen this ugly crying face so many times. And I was like, and there's like a picture of Jesus behind him. And I was like, I love him so much. I love him. But like, why do I keep messing up? Like, I was just having this biggest breakdown. I was like, I'm not going to confession anymore. There's no point. It's a waste of time. I keep confessing the same things. You're overhearing it. My confessional priests are probably overhearing it. And he just literally was like, you know, Shareen, I know you love him, Because look at you. You wouldn't be like this if you didn't love him. And then he really like put things into perspective for me in that moment. And then he picks up his sash at the end of it. He's like, "Are you ready?" As in like, "Are you ready to do confession?" I was like, "Yeah, okay, let's go." We're here now. Might as well make the most. Like it's going to happen. And when you're new to your faith, the biggest critic is yourself. And we try not to judge others, and it's a learning curve because naturally it happens, and naturally sometimes we just automatically, end up gossiping or whatever it is, but we try to do better. But when it comes to yourself and your own actions and what you are your own worst critic. And it is up to you to put yourself into those uncomfortable spaces to draw yourself back out and to get yourself out. But I also think people don't realize, people that are born in the Catholic faith, I don't think they realize like the pressure they can put on like us newly found. I remember Father Chris used to call us neophytes, and he said, your first year of baptism, you're considered a neophyte and your prayers are so strong. And I didn't know what that meant. And then I got to the end of my closer to my 1 year, and I was like, I didn't pray enough. I wasted my time crying and going to confession. Like, I needed to pray some more. But I just, I don't think they mean it, and there's no ill intent. I think it can be very overwhelming. Like, you should do this, and then you should fast on a Friday, and then you should do this, and like, that's what continued to make me spiral, to be honest, because I was like, I'm not doing what I need to do. I'm not being the best Catholic I can be because there's all these things that I need to do. It wasn't until I just forced myself to sit and just be quiet and just speak to myself and was like, you know what, Shareen, you're going to fall. But it's not about the fall. It's about the comeback, and it's about how you get back up and the lessons that you learn and the people that you surround yourself with. I know that I'm never going to be perfect, and that's okay. As long as I just live life with him in it, then maybe there'll be a difference in what I do, essentially.
Amen.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for
like
sharing
I've
all of
spoken
that.
so much, but can you ask me a question now?
I was like, no, the whole point of this podcast is for you to speak. So, thank you so much for sharing all of that.
No, that's okay.
I think firstly, there were so many things that were going through my mind. I was like, okay, I've got to note this.
No, you should have stopped me.
No, it's okay, because it was beautiful. It just had to keep going.
Fair.
Firstly, your experience of the Eucharist is amazing to hear, and it doesn't get repetitive. Like, I could hear that over and over again from a billion different people, and I would still get that same feeling.
Yeah.
And when Jacob said it to me, I was thinking about it like a while after, and I was like, because it's a beautiful thing to just, when the priest distributes communion to you and he holds the host up and says the body of Christ. Yeah. And it's just you and Christ in that moment. There's something so powerful about it. So I was kind of thinking about it, and then you said it now, and I was like, again, it's just, there's something beautiful about it. And it's like, that's the reality of the sacrifice that Christ made is,
oh my gosh,
for him, it was just you and him. Like, it wasn't that it was the world and him. It was every single individual person and him. So like, that experience you had was Christ's experience on the cross.
But the thing is, right, like, we get into these spaces of where we might fall into like becoming spiritual sloths, like Father Chris likes to say, right? Yeah. And we get into these spaces of thinking that we can do it without him. So we shy away from him.
Yeah.
But he still shows up for us. So even though we shy away, if we think about it, in reality, on this earth, if I failed you 3 times or more, you're going to be like, I'm done with Shareen. There's no substance to my friendship with her. Whereas I could do that over and over and over to him, and he still shows up. He showed up for me in that dream. He showed up for me in just being there for me. Like he's just, do you know, I forgot to give you like a core of this story. I am still learning about novenas and I don't really like do them as much, but St. Jude's feast day was coming up and I remember saying to Jacob, like, let's do St. Jude together. You know, like I'm very much, I need a bit of accountability sometimes. And it's really good to live a God-fearing life when you have other people to do it with. So we agreed. Every day, 9:30, we'll FaceTime each other and we're going to do this novena. Then there was like, and it was beautiful, but I actually was like, am I supposed to wait for something to happen? Like, you know, do I get like a receipt to say like, well done, your novena's finished? Like, I wasn't sure. But I ended up, that day that I had that spiral and that massive mental breakdown with Father Sheldon, 2 days later, I remember going into my mum's room, and at this point I was like, I need to tell her I'm going to Europe. Like, I've been going to church this whole time. I've paid this deposit to go on a pilgrimage to Poland and Europe, and she has no idea. Like, she's not going to notice I'm gone for 3 weeks. Like, I've just taken a suitcase and gone. Like, I should probably tell her. And it's not that I was, like, trying to live in secrecy. It was just the fear of I couldn't hear from her again that I've broken her heart. I couldn't hear from her again that I've disappointed her. Yeah. I couldn't do it. But I was like, oh, I need to really have this conversation with her. 2 days after, 2 days after that confession with Father Sheldon, I went into my mum's room and I was like, so, like, do you know where my passport is? I knew exactly where my passport was. Like, I'm not that irresponsible. But I just needed like an in for the conversation. And she was like, you've got your passport. I was like, oh, do I? Oh, okay, yeah, cool. She's like, why? Where are you going? And I was like, oh, just to Europe. And she's like, oh, okay. All right. 2 things I need to highlight here.
Yeah.
Let me pause this for a second. 1, have you ever been to a mass with Father Justin Torres?
No.
He does a healing mass and it's with like Our Lady of Guadalupe. I also had the exact same face when when someone was like, you should go to this mass. Look, I'm not going to dive into it because I don't know the details and I don't want to take away the beauty of this mass, but it was so beautiful. And there's this, I believe it's music that's playing, that's like the symbols of the stars on her cloak.
Oh, the tilma, yeah.
Part of this healing mass is Father Matthew would come around and he would anoint you with like oil on your head and on your hands, and you go up to the front and they put what did you just call it?
The tilma?
Yeah, they put that on your back,
wow.
a material.
Yeah.
With like, yeah. I'm going to sound so naive in this when people are listening to it. I promise you, I'll know better next time you have a conversation. And he like puts his hands onto you. And essentially what you do is you'll receive a message that's from Our Lady through him. So some people feel a little bit weird, right? Because they're like, what's this? Like, what is this? But like the Samaskans wouldn't have something that they didn't approve of, essentially.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm just going to go and take it for the experience that it is. And I remember sitting next to Larissa. I don't know if you know Larissa. I was sitting next to Larissa and I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What I'm supposed to do. And she's like, no. She's like, just like you'll receive a message. And she explained it. She was so good. She was explaining it and she was telling me about how it all works. And I was like, okay. She's like, look, you might feel like the message you receive is a bit generic, but there'll be something from it. And I said, okay. And so I just kept saying to myself, help me find the courage to speak to my mum and speak to my family about my newly found faith and really open my heart and my mind to just learning more about the faith, essentially. And I just kept repeating that in my head, just repeating it again and again and again and again. And then it was my turn. He went up, they put it on my shoulders, he put his hand on me, and he was like, you know, Our Lady wants to let you know that she hears your prayers. I was just trying to practice starting to pray the rosary. And so he said to me, keep praying the rosary. She hears you. She knows your heart. You know, she knows that you're a good person. She knows what you're praying for, essentially. And I'm thinking, wow, this is really beautiful. But yeah, it's generic. Like, you know, like I'm just... And then right at the end, he gets even closer and he goes in more and he says, and everything that you've been praying on for your mum and your family, just be patient. Just be patient and keep praying. It will all be okay. Right? I walked away and I was like, oh, that just happened. I was on top of the world. I was like, okay.
Wow.
This is kind of where my love for Our Lady started to come. Because it's been hard for me to find that love for her. Because I've been so focused on just growing with our Lord. Yeah. But yeah, wow, she's so beautiful. I just recently had a little bit of a message from her as well. So I just know that she's hearing us. But that happened and I was like, okay, it gives me hope. Like, yes, I was hopeful and that it was eventually going to happen, but it gave me hope. So when I went into this, the other part was I wasn't able to go to this Jubilee. Like, I just thought, like, financially, like, it's just a bit too much, like, money, and I just wasn't going to make it work. And I kept saying it to Father Sheldon. Mind you, Father Sheldon was telling us about this pilgrimage when he was still, like, before we had even got baptized. Like, he had it planned. He really wanted us to be there. Yeah. And, like, I felt like my heart really wanted to go, but logistically, I was just not able to make it work.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where it's like you needed to either give your number, like, it's going to happen, or it's not going to happen. Like, what are we doing? And I remember I was feeling stressed. Like, I was like, I couldn't sleep, thinking like, am I going on this trip? And I was like, I can't go on this trip. And I sat at work one day and I said to myself, look, and I just sat at my desk and I was like, am I going or am I not going? Because I don't know if I'm supposed to go or not. And then there's this like thought that came to, like, I was like not frustrated, but I was just like what's happening? Yeah. Like, Shareen, make a decision. And I remember saying, like, I just sat there and I was just like, is it happening? Is it not happening? And I got this like feeling to just say it out loud. Say that you're going to the Jubilee. And I said, I'm going to go to the Jubilee. And this like calmness just came over me. And I was like, okay, like I'm going to go to the Jubilee. I'm going on the pilgrimage. And I felt happy when I was saying it. I was like, okay, I'm going. I'm going to the Jubilee. Like, I just kept hyping myself up. And I was like, all right. Then, if this is how I'm feeling, saying it out loud, I don't know how I'm going to get there. I don't know how I'm going to get the money. Money comes and goes. It's okay. Like, yes, we need it to feel secure, but I'll make it happen. I'll sacrifice time and spending elsewhere and whatever I need to do, like, I'll make it happen. And I said to myself, I'm just going to leave it in your hands. Like, I had a really vulnerable moment with him and I left it at that. And I messaged Jacob and I was like, tell your sister that we're rooming together. Because I don't know if anyone's going to be able to handle all my BS. Just, like, keep me accountable. I'm coming. And then I messaged Father Sheldon and I was like, I've just had a moment. I'm coming to the Jubilee. Don't keep me accountable. When I tell you no, I can't come, like, remind me of this moment. And so then little did I know. And like, so in this time, I'm thinking, like, I'm talking to Jacob and I'm like talking to Father Sheldon. And I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to make it work. And they just kept saying these words to me, and they were like, God will provide. Just keep praying. God will provide. And I was like, what's he providing, bro? like, how am I going to, like, I'm trying to think, how am I going to make all this money? Like, trying to, like, get this to happen. Anyway, long story short, I did a formation session with Father Sheldon like a week later. And, you know, we were talking about penance, purgatory, and I actually can't remember what the other one was, but it started with P. Anyway, and then at the end of it, he's like, have you finished? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, okay. I was like, and he's like, not to rush you. And he's like, but, and he kind of like was like, can I have your bank account details? And I was like, yeah, sure. Like, did you need some money? Like, I'll transfer you. And he's like, no. And he's like, look, I've just been doing some background work. And anyway, long story short, without going into too much detail, he was able to get me a scholarship with a little bit of funds to help get me to the Jubilee for the pilgrimage. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is surrendering. This is God will provide. This is, and it was enough for me to be able to like comfortably be able to save up for the rest of it as well. So I was like, oh my gosh, like, he's like, I've been offering up mass, like, again, like, he's just different, right? Yeah. But like, and I love all the Damascus priests, and I really enjoy meeting new priests and new sisters as well. But I just, like, my spiritual father was really looking out for his spiritual child, and it made the world of a difference where I can still help out with the bills at home and still comfortably like try and save for this trip. But I was like, this is what surrendering does. This is what's going to happen in this surrendering moment. Then I had my spiral. Then I had my, I'm not going to go to confession. Then I went to confession. Then 2 days later, I was like, Mom, where's my passport? Where are you going? Europe. Oh, okay. Who are you going with? I was like, oh, okay, it's happening. It's happening. It's all going to come out now. I was like, it's actually a church trip. And she went silent. And I was like, it's actually like a pilgrimage. And she didn't say anything. And then I was like, do you have questions? And she was like, she just kind of like went, she wasn't responding. And she's like, she asked me 5 things. When am I going? How long am I going for? Who am I going with? When am I getting married? She liked to, oh no, I threw my, she's like, when are you getting married? She likes to throw that one in there. And then the last one was, I said to her, I got a little bit of help financially to get to this Jubilee. And she said to me, why would they help you financially if you're not Christian? And I was like, oh. Wow. I looked her in the eye and I said, I am Christian. And there was like a stare down for like about 10-15 seconds. And then she said, and then I said, I am Christian. And then I go, so do you have any other questions? And she was like, no. I was like, all right, cool chat. Thanks for listening. And I just walked out of the room. Oh my gosh. When you say it out loud, it sounds like, wow, Shareen, you're a real good daughter. Like, you didn't even leave a space for reflection. Yeah. Wow. I remember running to my room and I FaceTimed Jacob straight away. I was like, this is what happened. Because I couldn't talk so loud, right? And I was like, this and this and this. And he's like, oh, praise God. Like, and he was with his family at the dining room table. And then I was like, I need to message Father Sheldon. But little did I know that he had also messaged Father Sheldon and was like, answer Shareen's call. Anyway, so Father Sheldon called, like, I ended up calling him and he answered, and then I was telling him what happened, and he thinks that I'm just telling her about Rome. And then I was like, yeah, and then I told her I'm Christian. He's like, whoa, I didn't know we were going there. Like, this is a lot. Like, you told her. And I was like, yeah. And then he was like, Shareen, do you know this is the graces of your sacrament of confession.
Wow.
This is him showing up for you. This is him saying to you, I want you to be close to me. I will part all the seas that I need to for you to make your way closer to me. Like,
Wow.
this was it. And I was just like, I'm having all these mini full circle moments. And I was like, they're just so beautiful. It doesn't even matter. The sound, the noise, people's opinions, people's judgment, whatever they think about the church, it does not matter. Because he loves me. And this is what's happening. I am now a Catholic. And I can proudly say that. I am Catholic. What did you get baptized in? In a Roman Catholic rite. Do you know how to say Hail Mary and Our Father? Yes, I do. Like, I can say it, and I say it proudly. And to be honest, I don't know if my mum associates Christianity with getting baptized. I don't know. But in that moment, that was a very heavy conversation. I was like, I don't think I've got room for more right now. I'm going to leave it where it is. And has she questioned me since then? Not one word. Not one question. Just, when are you going?
Wow.
Yeah, like nothing. And even though we've been doing like these fundraisers and stuff, like I remember for the bake sale, like I got like croissants and stuff, and she's like, how many croissants did you sell? Like, she's just like, where are you going? I was like, church. Like, I can confidently say I have a boundary. Like, I don't give too much, but I do let her know where my commitment is lying. For Easter, my birthday was 4th of March and Lent started 5th of March, and she wanted to do like a family dinner on the 5th, and I was like, oh, I can't eat meat. She's like, what? Why can't you eat meat? And I was like, I just can't. And she was like, all right, well, can you eat seafood? I was like, yeah. She's like, all right, well, then I'll cook seafood. And then like she was the one that was reminding me through Lent, like, oh, you're not eating meat today, so like I've made this or I've cooked this. And I was like, oh, wow. And then Good Friday came. And we were going to my cousin's house. And she's like, she's probably cooked some meat. And like, again, like the rest of my family don't know, right? So this is where I'm thinking. I'm just going to copy this YouTube link and send it in the cousins group chat. And maybe one day, maybe not now, but maybe one day I'll do that. And then I'll just be like, guys, I have some news, and they can just watch this podcast.
Oh, gosh.
No, I don't know. I'll probably do it in another light. But I was like, it's an option, right?
Definitely is.
But she said to me, she's like, oh, she's probably cooked some meat, so let's just go through Macca's drive-thru, get you a fillet of fish, so then you don't have to eat what she's cooked. Wow. And I was like, no, Mum, like, it's okay. Like, if that's what they've cooked, then I'll just, like, I can't be rude. But then I got there, and my cousin's like, oh, I've, like, got some leftover prawns and stuff like that. And my mum's like, oh, she made prawns, she made fish. You can eat that. You don't have to eat the chicken. And I was like, oh, wow, she's, like, on this team now. Like, thank you. But again, wow. I think small wins are really massive. I think those things and the conversations that I've had in the last 6 months have definitely allowed me to really dive deeper into my faith. But also I think I'm being respectful to her. I have also told her multiple times that I don't care what other people think. So even if she is going to come at me about like other family members, I'm more than happy for them to sit down with me and for us to have a conversation and for them to understand why I got where I got to. You know, there's a reason why this has happened. There was a calling. And in hindsight, I have never wanted anything more in my life than to be baptized. Like that want and that need and that like completion. I said it the day of my baptism. I feel like I've lived a life of like a puzzle that's been broken, and I'm slowly just putting all these pieces together. But that day that I got baptized, it was like I got one whole side of it done. There's still a lot more to go, but like it's getting put together, and I think it's going to only serve me. My cross will be heavy at times. I completely understand that. But my faith is somewhere where I know that I'll be able to do it. For sure. 100%. Yeah.
there's
a big
such huge
turnaround.
moments. I'm so
Huge.
happy to hear that
Thank
that was
you.
happening
Thank you.
during,
Yeah.
especially during Lent and things like that. Like
How
They're
was your
so
Lenten
big.
season?
mine
Yeah.
was eye opening. Um, Lent is like, so we were doing a program during Lent, like a group of us, and the intention is to free you from what you're enslaved to.
Yeah.
You know, so whatever it is, phone, sin, whatever it is, it's like free you from that, give you more time to focus on our Lord. And
It's hard to be quiet, eh?
yeah, silence is really hard.
Mm.
But also, I was starting to figure out, hey, like I can't say no to a lot of things that I didn't know about. Like I didn't know that I wasn't able to say no to these things. Like the amount of times I just picked up my phone just for the sake of it, it didn't occur to me before that I was
It's like
doing
routine.
that. Sorry.
It's
yeah,
like routine.
Yeah. It's just, they're just habits that creep in, like progressively, like over time. And you just, now it's like all I was doing. I was just always on my phone. And then I have, you know, the guts to say, there aren't enough hours in the day. You know, I have no time. As soon as my phone went down during Lent,
You found time.
there was too much time in the day.
Yeah, okay.
And I was like, okay, I can see.
Mm.
I see what's wrong here. Lent was extremely, it was just a beautiful time. It always is, but this year was different. It wasn't so much, and I'll be honest, it wasn't so much that I fixed all the issues that I found that I had during Lent, but it's that they were made apparent to me.
Okay.
And
Yep.
so now
That
it's
makes
like,
sense.
okay, take that time to fix those.
To have
Now
it,
you
yeah.
know that they're there.
I didn't understand Lent. I was like really questioning, like, but why are we giving up things? Like, you know, like why are we giving up chocolate? Like, I was trying to gain more. I was like, I want to be more like precise in my prayer, and I want to, like, you know, and I was trying to really think of it from a different angle.
Yeah.
But Holy Week, I said to myself, I didn't dive into Lent, but I'm going to dive into Holy Week. And like Thursday night, the Holy Mass on Thursday night, like the priests washing their feet, and like the to make the garden, like I did the 7 church, like it was just really beautiful, and it put the story together. Yeah. And I was like, oh, I get it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep having these light bulb moments, but yeah, I was like, I get it now for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they go hand in hand anyway, the fasting and the prayer. Like, to add prayer, to try and improve your prayer life and your interior life during Lent is something that I think Catholics don't do enough.
Yeah.
And
it gets sad to actually see Catholics only come to Mass like for Christmas or for Easter.
Yeah.
Or to see them just like receive communion and then leave.
Yeah.
Straight after they've received communion. I was like, oh.
That is, yeah. But I think that's easy to fall into when you're raised, you know, Catholic, because it just becomes, especially if Catholicism is so, or especially if your faith is so ingrained in your culture.
Yeah.
Then it just becomes a part of
what you do.
Yeah. And it's not so intentional or anything like that. And then, you know, because it's so routine again and so habitual, then it loses meaning.
Yeah.
And so this is like every time we met weekly while we were doing this program, the group of boys, and Father Ronnie was leading us through it. And like, it was like the buzzword during all these meetings was the word intentional, right? Like intentionality, intentional, whatever. But that's exactly what you have to be to live out your faith. It has to be intentional. You can't just wait for things to happen.
100%.
Like, yeah, you can't just be like, we had to do a holy hour every day. So it was at least 20 minutes of silence, but a holy hour, right? Full hour. So if you were to leave it to the last minute, like it'll happen sometime through the day,
Yeah.
you know? And then you end up right before you go to bed, you're like, oh, I haven't done my holy hour. I'll do it now. And then you just knock out about 5 minutes in. You just can't you can't let things happen. You have to, you literally have to just make them happen. You have to be intentional about it.
You know, I know people think that like I age myself when I say this, but in my 30s, like there's just like life just hits differently in your 30s, because I feel like your 20s, you're definitely just trying to like find out who you are, and you know, like you're just really like growing into yourself. But like in your 30s, like you kind of just know who you are, what you want, and you're a bit more intentional. But the biggest thing that you allow, or I've allowed myself, is a reflective space. So instead of pushing things to the side or not trying to be present, being present and allowing yourself to have a reflective space has brought two things to light. And one is, the world doesn't really owe you anything. And if you want things to happen, you need to go out and you need to make it happen. And if you want to show up for yourself, it's your accountability and your actions that allows you to be present and to have those moments. And the other one is intention over perception. Like, you will never control how other people will perceive your message or your words or your actions. Yeah. But you will always understand your intention. So unless they want to be confronting enough to be like, hey, like, I'm a little bit confused, or you made me feel like this, and allow you a space to communicate what your intention was, like, you can't hold on to how other people perceive what you say, because you can't control that. Yeah, you definitely can't control that. Do you have any other questions for me?
I do.
Yeah, tell me.
Okay. So you kept saying the only prayer that you really knew, and the one that Father Sheldon was encouraging you to keep saying, was Jesus, I trust in you.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you were baptized on Divine Mercy Sunday.
Yes.
That's like,
yes.
That was incredible.
Oh my gosh.
Has that, I was going to ask, was
just,
that intentional firstly? Like, intentional again.
But
was that on
purpose?
On
Divine Mercy? No, to get baptized on Divine Mercy?
Yeah.
I just really, like, it's very rare. It doesn't always happen. From the moment I knew that I was getting baptized, I emailed Father Matthew, and I requested, can I please have my baptism either before or after Easter? Because it was important for me to have my people. And they weren't all going to be able to take themselves away from all their family and stuff during Easter. You know, like a lot of my friends live out like Kenthurst, Dural, the Hills district. I just really, and you know, some that were here, like Easter is known to be spent with family, but it's also a very full-on week. And when I reflected on it, I was like, do I really want to do this? As beautiful as it would have been, I just needed my people, the family that God chose me to have, and it wasn't going to work over Easter. So I had requested way in advance, can I please either get baptized before or after Easter? And can I please have Father Sheldon too? Because, you know, I met him when he was a brother, and then he was a deacon, and then he was a priest, like a father. Like I couldn't have seen anyone else do it. And keynote, I actually ended up being Father Sheldon's first adult baptism. Yeah. So it was a very full circle moment for us all, to be honest. In his first year of priesthood, he got to confirm 2 people and baptize someone else. So it was really just more so I wanted my people, and that's the date that Father Matthew gave me was. Wow, and when I got told 7th of April, I remember Googling and I was like, what is 7th of April? Like, is there a feast day? Like, because I was trying to figure out a saint.
Yes.
So I was like, you know, is Saint Faustina? Like, I didn't know. And then it came up like Divine Mercy Sunday, and I was like, oh no, there's a clash in the calendar. Like, I won't be able to get baptized. And I messaged Father Sheldon, and I was like, can I? And he's like, no, it's such a beautiful day for you to be getting baptized. And I didn't understand it. And after last Sunday, like, I was like, I get it. I get why I got to, I get the beauty of Divine Mercy Sunday now. But no, it wasn't intentional. It just all kind of fell into place.
Wow.
And our trip for the Jubilee, for the pilgrimage, the first place we go to Poland is to St. Faustina's tomb.
Oh, I love it.
I was like, so as if this isn't made, like, he works so wonderfully in the sense of
Amen.
it just is aligning, and it's meant to be a part of my journey. And I don't know what this trip is going to bring my way. I actually don't know half the places we're going to, but there is 3 people's prayers I ask to help intercede in my prayers, and that is St. Jude, Mother Mary, and St. John Paul II. Because I was listening to a podcast about his life, and the thing that's familiar in all of them is like his words were growing up, and every time he was feeling like he needed courage was, do not fear, do not be afraid. So anything that I go into, it's like, do not fear, Jesus, I trust in you. Even with Mother Mary, like, she's there to help you. She's not there to take you away. How much more closer can you get to our Lord than through his mother, right? Do not fear. So for a long time, I thought that I was kind of like sitting in fear because I wasn't telling my mum. But now that I'm kind of like showing up and being a bit more intentional, I think there's a grace that comes over it. But it all started with just those words, Jesus, I trust in you.
Wow.
And I don't think people know. I don't think people know there's so much power in those words as well. Do it more often. I don't know where I'm supposed to look, but do it. Say, Jesus, I trust in you a lot more every day. But yeah, it's really beautiful.
Amen.
Yeah.
Can I ask you like a really personal question?
Of course.
Sorry
No.
to ask you this, but I always, if someone is in this circumstance, if they're okay with it, obviously, I always ask this question or a question surrounding this because it intrigues me, to be honest. But so you mentioned that you don't really have like a relationship with your dad.
Yeah.
Was it hard? Well, a couple of questions, sorry.
Mhm.
Was it hard understanding that you have a heavenly Father who loves you unconditionally?
Oh.
And was it hard because of that? And then secondly, how important was Father Sheldon's, which you've kind of touched on, but like directly in relation to that, how important was it to have a spiritual father like Father Sheldon, who was like,
that's a really good question.
who took time out?
I see why you do this for a living.
Oh,
Somebody said to me, one of my friends had said to me before I got baptized, or just after I got baptized, why did you choose to do it? Like, what was the yes? And I said, have you ever been in love? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, you know that feeling of like inspiration and courage and a need to just do better in life because you've got someone to do it with? And they're like, yeah. I was like, imagine that, but knowing it's never going to leave you. Imagine that, just knowing that any room you go to, wherever you are, you're never alone, and that encouragement and that support and that everything that you need from somebody is there. You're loved, and it will never leave you. That is the biggest thing. All those lonely moments, all those finding a community, all that bullying towards my skin color, everything like that. He created me the way that I am because this is how he wanted me, and he loves me. Whether I make another mistake or I become a nun, like I'm not saying that that's where I'm going right now, but like you just never know, right? He has a plan, but he loves me, and it's love that will never leave. And because I have this fear of people just leaving or people just like, you're not being good enough. And it's like childhood trauma, right? Like you got to kind of like dig in deep. I didn't know my story until Father Sheldon had asked me to do a testimony for the group of pilgrimages. I don't know how to say that.
Pilgrims.
Yep. That we were going with. And like to reflect on it, I didn't allow myself that time. I didn't realize how much I'd gone through. Even now, like we've been here for a few hours, but like I'm giving you like key points, but there has been so many other fruits and blessings that have happened in between. But it's just to know that you're never alone. I remember someone there, my friend Carmelina, her little one was getting baptized, and she was like, "Hey, are you bringing a +1 to like the event?" And I was like, "No, I've got Jesus with me. It's all good." She's like, "Oh, cute." Like, do you know what I mean? Like you're never alone, and that's what it was. But in regards to Father Sheldon, I think because he is so patient and his prayers are just so powerful, it just kept me going. Even if I'm not having a good week and like I shut down and I reserve myself and I don't talk to anybody, like it's like he just knows. And then you get this random message and he's like, "Hi Shareen, how are you? I've been meaning to check." Like it's, do you know what I mean? It's like, "Yeah, you're good. Are you really good? Like, are you okay?" And then you're like, "Well, no." He's like, "Did you go to mass on Sunday?" And I was like, "No." And he's, no. He's like, what did he say? He said to me, "Oh, did you make it to mass on Sunday?" And I was like, "No, I actively avoided going to mass on Sunday." And he's like, "All right, so did you want to do confession?" Like he's on top of you, you know?
Yeah.
And I think I've never had a father figure in my life, and he will even if Father Sheldon was to hear this, he probably would be like, "No, it's not me, it's him." And I do believe that. But I think here we are given people for a reason to come into our lives. Some people it's for a season and some people are for reasons. And I think there's a reason why it was specifically Father Sheldon, because he had the patience and the heart to get me through what I needed to go through, whether it was emotionally or just the patience to answer my questions. Like I said to him, "Can I get more tattoos?" He's like, "No." I was like, "But," and he was like, "No." But you know what's funny? Because I feel like Jacob, like he also learns like different ways as well. Like he's somebody else that keeps me really accountable. I remember Holy Week is really full on, right? There's like a lot that's happening. And I remember I went to the reenactment of Stations of the Cross, and then like 3 p.m. mass was around the corner, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm probably just not going to go." Like I just thought to myself like, "Nah, like I don't know if I've got it in me." Like I was just feeling a certain way. Like my social battery was a bit drained, and I was like, I just need to listen to my body and my mind and give myself a minute and set a boundary. And I was like, I'm not going to go. And then I like but there was like this guilty feeling that came over me. And then I called Jacob, and he was on his way to St. Anthony's in Austral. And I was like, "Jacobi, I'm not going to, like, it's okay if I don't go to 3 p.m. mass, right? Like, because I Googled it and it's not an obligation." And he's like, "Obligation?" He does so much for us and you can't even give him an hour. Obligation? I was like, "Oh, yeah, all right. And then he's probably laughing so hard looking at this. But he said it confidently and proudly. He's like, "No." He's like, "Come to Austral." And I was like, "Okay." And then I started crying because I felt guilty because I thought I wasn't going to go. And then I was like, "I feel silly." Yeah,
I love that. Good on Jacob is just, if you want someone to keep you accountable,
he also makes me cry. Like when the Father Sheldon, like
I love that.
he has like my friendship with Jacob has just really like helped elevate this experience of being a Catholic, because it goes to show that, like, if you really put your, like, heart and your soul and your time and your effort into it, you can be knowledgeable. And he has his moments as well, but to know that we can rely on each other, it's really like it keeps the fire lit, essentially.
Yeah, Jacob's been an inspiration even for me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like,
How beautiful is that?
oh, he is just
That's a full circle moment for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. Like I was telling Jacob when he was on the podcast, like I would pray. He had asked me when we were in school to help him get closer.
I remember we were talking about this at the anniversary dinner. Remember?
Oh,
yeah, and we were saying like how you had like that moment that you missed, like you didn't follow up essentially.
Yeah.
And then that you prayed on it, and then it came back to you.
Yeah. And it was, I was praying for like a chance to sort of redeem that, but I was also praying just for like my mate's salvation. Like
yeah, of course.
That particular group, I was like, please, like, I just want, please God, I get to heaven. And then I was like, I just want to see them in heaven,
Yeah.
And the prayer was like, I don't know how to emphasize this enough, but it was like for them, for their salvation, right?
Yes.
Then he came and he helped me. And I was like, my prayer was for you.
Yeah.
But it's like turned around and now I'm getting fruits from it, you know?
Yeah.
And Jacob's just awesome. He's like, I look at him and think, I want to be where you are, And his story is so inspirational because, he wasn't necessarily like raised in the faith.
That's right.
And now your story is so inspirational for that same reason. It's like, I always say, I don't know if I wasn't baptized Catholic when I was a child, like if I wasn't raised in a Catholic household, I don't know if I would have the courage to go against my family and convert or whatever, like I didn't have the courage to say no to my brothers when they asked me if I wanted to go to church with them.
Yeah.
I didn't have the courage to say no, even though I didn't want to go, because I didn't want them to think that I didn't want to go to church, like it was.
I think that's my fear. I think, when my mum eventually does, like, and this is why I'm not scared to come in this space and talk about it so freely, because I've done what I've done. I've chosen what I've chosen. It is what it is. If my family find out, whether it's from this podcast, whether it's through a conversation through me, whether it's through somebody else, I will respectfully say to them, this is not how I wanted you to find out, but I'm more than happy for us to have a conversation. Like, let's talk about it. Because I can confidently explain to them why I got to where I got to. And it's got nothing to do with them. It's purely just my life, my journey. And I think that's important for people to understand. If we're going to constantly live in fear, are we really living? Amen. Like, no, it's not happening. Yeah. But if you think about it, fear can also be a very, it can be the enemy. And it's like, how they have that terminology where it's like a dog that's tied up to the fence, and like the more you give it your hand, like it's always going to keep biting for it. So the closer you get, it's going to attack. But the further you get away from it, then there's no chance of it biting you. So I think we're always going to have thoughts of evil thoughts, essentially. But I think at the end of it, you come out and you think, he's done so much for so many people. I have so many friends that in the last 5 years that have just come back to their faith. Not even just like, they've just been encouraging for me, but on their own accord. Like, they've gone through their own things. I have a friend called Elias. He's Orthodox. And he's actually like, I really, like, even though he's Orthodox and I'm Catholic and I'm still learning, like, he knows enough where we can have really beautiful conversations. But like when he checks in, he's just like, so how are you going spiritually? And like, it just allows you another space to just be like, and if I have questions, there's no judgment, or I'll be like, how are you going? Like, it's just, again, iron sharpens iron. Like, you have healthy conversations, you'll stay healthy in your spiritual faith. If you're going to go and hang out. Yeah, I was gonna say something bad, but like, yeah, like then you are the means of your environment. So
Yeah,
yeah, I think it makes a massive difference.
Yeah. And all those friends that came to their faith and had an impact on you, and I'm sure you had an impact on them, but you might, I mean, there's got to be at some point, somewhere down the line in ancestry, there's got to be one like needle mover, like one trendsetter, you know?
Yeah.
And you could be that in your
Yeah.
family. Like,
That's
please
why my
God.
mum's like, you need to get married. But then I was like, if I get married and then if God willing, it's supposed to be for me and I get to have children, like I'm starting a new generation of Catholics.
Amen. Yeah.
You know, but
It's
that
huge.
that has been a thought. Like I was like, oh, am I going to the same heaven as my mum? You know, like I was like, and then I think of you know, I don't know what his name is, but he was next to Jesus when they were
Oh, the thief, you mean?
yeah, and how he was like, I believe in you, and he was like, you will be in the kingdom with me, like baptism by blood.
Yes.
I was like, all I need to get my mum to do is just say, Jesus, I trust in you, and that's it. So I'll work on it.
Yeah, that's the way. That's the way.
I'm still working.
Get
on
it
it.
to
And
read
we'll
the paper.
keep her in our prayers as well.
No,
Sorry.
please do.
But have you heard of Chris Stefanik?
No.
He's an American Catholic speaker.
Okay.
He's one of my favorites. He's probably my favorite. But anyway, he tells a story of I think it was his wife's grandma, I'm pretty sure. But she was on her deathbed, and I can't remember. I don't think she was baptized or anything like that. But he had just gone up to her and he was like really scared and he was worried. He was like, this, my wife's family, like, I don't know if I have a place to say this or whatever.
Okay, yeah.
But anyway, he's like, he just built up the courage and he said to her, look, like, I know you've done all these things in your life. We've all done things in our lives or whatever. There was a thief on the cross next to Jesus when he was crucified who had done the worst things. And he, right before his death, he basically gave his life to Christ.
Yep.
And Christ said to him, like you said, like you were touching on, truly, I tell you today, you will be with me in paradise.
Yep.
And he said, you have the chance now to be like that thief on the cross. And to
What a way to put it.
yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you've done, he's just letting her know these things. Doesn't matter the life you lived. Now, in this moment, you can give your life to Christ. And just
I'm like
out
hot
of that,
but cold, so that's why I'm getting fidgety. It's not that I don't enjoy what he's saying. I'm just hot but cold.
it's the half.
Yeah.
And she ended up getting baptized, and
Wow.
right before her death. Like, sometimes
There's
it
miracle
just
stories.
takes that little bit of like, hey, you know what, this happened. And a lot of the time it happens in the most vulnerable moments, like at the rock bottom moments, even if it has to be on, the person's deathbed. It's like, you know what, the main thing
that's
is
their story.
yeah,
That's their
in this
journey.
life they give
for
their life to
sure.
Christ. So
I am in full blown surrender mode. As females, I think we like to take a little bit of control, and sometimes we like to be organized and, like, this is the time that we're going to do this and this is the time that we're going to do that. And it's all good and well. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be like that. But when it comes to my faith, I am in full-blown surrender mode. Whatever comes from this Jubilee trip comes from it. Whatever I learn from it, I just know it's going to elevate me in a different level of my spiritual life. But to just honestly, truly trust in him and, like, just know that I am given whatever he knows I can handle. So I just run with that. I think it's the only way you can do it. If you overthink it, if you do too much, like, I am blessed. I honestly am blessed. I have such beautiful people in my life, including my family. And even though they don't know, it doesn't take away from what I do. Sometimes I go to family dinner and I can't even do, like, the sign of the cross before I eat. And so I just do it over my over my heart. Like, it's not about shying away. It's just everything will come to light when it needs to.
Yeah.
But I'm not in a dark spot anymore, and life is a lot more brighter with him in it. And that's what people need to take away from this. That's the only reason why I came here today, because my story might be small to others or big to some. At this moment, it is what it is. It's just that somebody could be watching this, and just like that man made a difference in my life, like, and his clip and watching that made a difference to me, this could potentially do that to somebody else, and that's the message.
Praise God.
Jesus is talking through us.
Amen.
But that's it. Yeah.
All right, guys, does your foot roll in like mine, or maybe even roll out? Or do you just need general treatment for nail and skincare? For any problems with my feet, I go to MJ Podiatry. They're a mobile home visit network servicing all of Sydney, offering expert podiatry care for general treatments, sports injuries, custom orthotics, ingrown nails, and footwear advice, and offer NDIS and home care packaging. Visit mjpodiatry.com.au, call 0412 389 278, or email info@mjpodiatry.com.au to book your appointment today. Use code ATG10 for 10% off your treatment.
I wanted to switch it up for a second though.
Go for it,
Okay.
please.
I have questions for you.
I'm nervous.
I have them in my notes.
Oh, no.
And I was like, you know what? He's out here with all these questions for us. It literally says here. Oh, no, did I not save it? No,
I hope not.
I did.
Teacher mode activated.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Thank God.
No. I will get these back. Now the vibe's going to be gone.
No, it's not. You're still... The longer you leave it, the more tense you get.
I'm
So
actually
it's more
so
exciting,
nervous.
actually.
What kind of questions are these?
You get no background. None.
Oh, no.
Okay. So. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Can you guys discuss something amongst each other so then the audience are not bored for 5 seconds? I just really need to find these. But
I'm
I
really
have
nervous. What kind of questions are we talking about here?
Wait, maybe I need to go back.
Oh, there's
to
no answer. I'm so nervous.
So do you think blind people dream?
What?
Do you think blind people dream?
Yeah.
In Morse code? Wait, what? Not Morse code, wait. What's it called? Braille.
How would you, if you were blind?
Yeah.
Were you there when I asked this question?
I don't know. Ask the question.
If you were blind, how would you ask for a burger?
I believe
were there.
Christian. I was there.
Okay, no, wait, don't.
Okay.
Shareen, if you were blind, how would you ask for a burger?
If I was blind, how would I ask for a burger?
Yeah.
I'd use my voice.
Well done.
Smart woman.
That's like been a trend that I've
Not
seen.
so smart.
Yeah, I asked a mate of mine the other day, and he was like, mimicking. Is that what?
Imitate, yeah.
Like mimicking eating a burger, and I was like, and you're not mute, you're not dumb. Like you can talk. Anyway,
Oh, I'm
gets
actually
people.
I
so
don't think the
sad.
politically correct term is dumb anymore.
I don't care about politically correct.
I
to
was
be
just
honest
putting
with
that
you.
out there.
Okay.
Guys,
Was it in your notes?
yes, and I'm.
Did you
I
go to your
feel
recently
like,
deleted?
how do you get to recently deleted
Get
notes?
out, go click back.
Thanks
Anthony,
be
help her.
to God.
No, don't say
If you
that.
click the back arrow in the top corner, so you go back and then go to folders, and there should be a recently deleted folder.
Okay, wait, let me close this up. This is not how I wanted this to go.
Oh, sorry. Now I feel bad.
No, I don't have.
You don't have a wait.
Sorry.
Do you want? Do you want me to
just
try?
thinking-
I feel bad now. So you don't have to get up.
No, hold on. I will fix this. I just need to know when I did it because I actually don't know what day it is, and I feel like I didn't.
Search? You can search words.
All right.
Shareen.
Welcome to Against the Grain. I'm your special host for today. No, I'm joking. All right.
I'm loving it. Go ahead.
Questions for Anthony. Here's what I think, right? You have had so many amazing conversations on these lounges. Like, to the point where you're moving other people. Like, I mentioned to a couple of people that I was going on this podcast, and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. I didn't realize the platform that you have. But you allow space for others, but you don't allow space for yourself. And I was like, I'm going to switch it up. Like, I'm a girl. I come from a reflective space. So let's ask you some questions.
Oh, no.
So just like you're firing them at me, I'm going to fire them at you. So.
Okay, but can I just make a note?
Yeah.
There's kind of a reason why.
I'm only going to ask you like
I'm not the
three.
speaker. Okay.
3. It's just so then people understand you on a personal level. And so then the next person that comes on, they're going to be like, I'm going to go on that podcast because he answered these questions.
Okay. I hope I answer them well. Thank you, by the way, for saying
okay.
that.
All right. What's one thing you wish more guests would do when they come on your show?
One thing I wish guests would do more? Might be a bit of a... I don't know if people really want this answer, but I would wish that they opened up more, which you did today, which I'm so grateful for.
Okay.
Is that an appropriate answer?
That's appropriate. Like,
Because I just think...
sometimes they're a little bit more like, do I give too much or do I?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I remember having one, I won't say who it was, but I remember having one guest who I figured out after we had recorded the podcast that he was worried that he opened up too much. And so he was holding back.
Yep.
And
he overthought while he was in the middle of it.
Yeah. And I think he thought, and it was probably my fault, I think he thought that I didn't want to hear that, or like I didn't want him to go too deep for the podcast.
Yeah.
Or her. No, I'm kidding.
Surprise, it was me.
I was like, I'm saying him all the time, but they've all been men anyway before you and Sarah.
Can I just say, like, I got told also to like prepare myself, and I really was going to run with that and like prepare myself. 1, I didn't get time to prepare myself. But 2, I was like, I'm just going to, whatever comes. Like, that's it. So, yeah,
I appreciate that you did that.
Yeah, no, it makes sense why you say that, because you want this space to be authentic and you want this space to be real, because you want it to make a difference. So not to take away from what they didn't do, but it just goes to show like it's a space to feel safe.
That's right.
Really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, it'll help. It helped me a lot when people were most vulnerable in their talks and whatever, in just conversations.
That's it.
So, yeah.
Okay. What do you hope people feel after they listen to this episode?
Oh.
These are good questions, eh?
Yeah, I like it.
These are very good questions. I'm glad that they're those sorts of questions. I'm not gonna
What
lie.
did you think I was going to be like? What's your last Google search entry?
I want to know that now.
I would be happy to answer those too. I don't have a problem with that.
No.
Yeah.
What do you hope people feel after they listen to this episode?
This episode particularly, I hope, my initial hope was that it would just simply inspire someone to, because I knew a little bit of your story.
Yeah.
So initially I had hoped that someone would be encouraged to just take that leap of faith, which I still do.
Yeah.
But now
Same.
more particularly, I hope that even those who have already taken the leap of faith can now surrender to God as much as you have, and to really trust in Him which I thought was so powerful through the whole
Yeah.
thing.
And don't get me wrong, like I'm still like a babe. Like I always say, like I'm just a baby. Like I'm like the biggest baby in this faith. But the first year of it has been so fruitful, and the graces that you pay attention to. It's not to say that I've never received blessings like this before, but the graces that you pay attention to just really help with the why and the yes.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I really hope that other people get that from this as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't have, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. In your opinion, what makes a conversation really memorable for listeners?
Vulnerability. I know this is like the same, it's along the same lines, but it really does. You can listen, like there are always the more not shallow, I don't know what the word is.
Kind of like what we said before, like a bit closed off.
Yeah, but as in like as in like the more you can look at things like, oh, this person's monotone and this person's you know what I mean, like
the energy.
Those things always help.
Yeah.
But at the end, I'll listen to a vulnerable monotone person any day over the really energized, like not so substantial sort of person.
Yeah, okay.
So I think, I just think vulnerability and like just being real, you know, it's like not putting something on.
I feel like
camera.
it's really hard to have conversations with people with substance as well. So
yes.
like, yeah, it's
really
refreshing when you do.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Like I have gone through a whole, like stage in my life now, and I'm kind of still going through it, but it's like, I was like, I need people in my life who are more, who are kind of looking for the same things I'm looking for. We've all got the same goal.
Yeah.
And I'm able to just sit down and have good, substantial conversations with. It doesn't always have to be about, like, I love talking about footy, and I can talk about footy for hours. Like, I don't mind. But if that's all we're doing all the time, it's like, I don't know, you know, like if I'm talking about footy or whatever, like all these other
substance.
really,
I feel like that about dating.
You need that, yeah. That's fair.
I'm very new to the dating world. I think I was like so focused on like my relationship with Jesus, and I was like, I don't need a man. I'm an independent lady. Like, but then I thought about it, and I was like, oh, like, what is my vocation? Like, what do I want? And I really would like love to, you know, if it's for me to like get married and have children, obviously to bring him up in a faith, because now that I'm partaking in it, I see the beauty in it and I see the purpose. And if it's not for me, I'm also completely fine with that, because I work in an industry where I'm surrounded by beautiful little ones all the time. So it's just really like, again, surrender mode. But I'm also like substance. And also I get the ick so quickly. It's not even funny. Oh my gosh. You know, just to all men out there, if you're having a conversation and you say he, like I can't talk to you anymore.
I've heard that.
What? He.
Like H-E. Like he. Like no, I can't.
Yeah.
As in like on messages.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
I've heard that
really
before.
Like,
how about jumping on a trampoline? That's a real one.
What?
I would be on the trampoline with them. Like,
Okay,
that's
wow.
fine.
You're a real one, Shireen.
Yeah.
What
I
does
would
that
go and
mean?
jump
What?
on the trampoline.
We will
with
be
No,
them.
it's
speaking
not
about
just
that earlier.
jumping. It's the crack the egg game, where you're the egg.
What's going on?
You're like thrown around. No,
Clearly,
I just
clearly,
can't
Sarah
imagine
doesn't know
you
how to
with
have
your
fun.
knees up and you're like being back.
Sarah's German. She doesn't know how to have fun.
I'm joking. What, Anthony?
I'm kidding. Where did I hear that the other day?
On a video, on a... Oh, where was it?
What was it?
It was a comedy show?
I don't know, but the girl was like...
Oh, it was The Office. No.
No,
I
I
don't
thought
know.
the same. Anyway, it was some video, and I'll remember it after the podcast.
Yeah.
It's going to burn me so much when I remember it, but...
that's so funny.
It's like the guy's like, this guy's talking to a girl or whatever, and she's like really like, she's being like really, I don't know, like just serious.
Precise, yeah.
Yeah, and like no laughing or anything. And then she said something like she's German or whatever, and he goes, "Oh, that explains why you don't have fun," or something like that, you know. Anyway, it's burning
Was
me.
it
and I
Luke
don't remember
Ridge?
it. Who?
The comedian? Was that his name? The Australian one?
Luke Ridge.
That's
I don't even know who that is. Anyway, I had, I don't know if you saw it, but do you know Francis Tamer?
Yeah.
So I had him on.
He's coming on my pilgrimage.
yeah, that's
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Francis is a good guy.
Yeah.
We were talking about Francis before. Anyway.
Yeah. Look, it's weird because we've done
do
so many
remember now.
formations, but I've actually never had like a conversation with him.
Oh,
So I don't like know him, but like his personality seems like he's chill. Like yeah, I'd get along with him.
he is. Yeah, Francis is a champion. He's like, he's, the more I get to know him, the more I get to know that he's actually a really good guy, like
Yeah.
very genuine and everything. Anyway, so I had him on the podcast and we were talking about men and women and dating and all this
Ah,
stuff.
yes, I did see that. I didn't watch it all, but like I did see that episode.
Yeah. Well, it caused a bit of a stir at some
I
points,
bet
but
it
anyway,
did.
I
But
can't.
This is a prime example: intention over perception.
Yes.
Right? His intention was probably not ill will.
Yes.
He's just saying his own opinion, his own views, his own understanding, you know. But you can't control how other people are going to take that. Some of them are going to be
Exactly.
like, no, he means like, no. Like, that's your
Yes.
judgment. You're judging in that moment.
Exactly.
You're perceiving it differently in a different light. So unless you're going to go to him and be like, hey, this is what I need some clarity on, then yeah, that's what it is. But yeah.
Oh, yeah. I fully agree with that.
Yeah.
And without going into too much detail, I will say that I'm at that stage where I'm like, I don't care what you guys thought.
Yeah.
Like if you, that sounds terrible, but like if you take the time to come and speak to me and say, hey, what did you mean by
100%.
that? Like you said,
Yeah.
no problem. Like we'll have a chat. And if we still disagree at the end, it doesn't matter.
It's
like
okay.
we've had a chat.
We're not all built to completely agree with everything that everybody's saying. Like
Exactly.
we're allowed to have opinions, but
Yes.
intention over perception. I
Yes.
know, like his words and when he speaks are very like courageous. They're very strong. Like, you know, I can understand that those people that are perceiving it differently are probably having that moment of like either intimidation or just maybe not, I won't say vulnerability, but just understanding. Like knowledge is key. You don't know something, go out, you find out about it, ask questions. You have a problem with what he said, maybe find a space to be like, hey, can you just explain it in a different light?
Yeah.
That's all. But yeah.
Yeah.
But his was
So
about women
disagree.
and men, right? Like
Yeah.
the podcast was about women and men.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we were talking about like dating in particular. Anyway, the point of bringing Francis up was to say that we were talking about that. And one, I love, again, that you're just at this point of like surrender. And it's like,
yeah.
hey, like I'm chill. Like you do whatever you want with me. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and that's so important because, and you're speaking about the ick and all that stuff, you know,
Probably
but
not
like,
the platform for it, but you know.
but like, and again, we were talking about it, Francis and I, is like, we need to be looking at the right things when we're looking for a partner. And that's why the point of surrender is so important, is because that means that your mind is focused on the right thing.
That's right.
Your intention in everything you're doing now is your relationship with Christ and ultimately heaven.
Yeah.
And so if that's what is at the core of everything you're doing, then it'll be at the core of who you're looking for as well. And so maybe your dream guy is a tall,
Someone who
saying
serves me
to, like,
kibbenaya like
yeah,
once a week.
a tall, leb,
I don't know
with a
what he
real
looks
tan,
like.
not a
Just
fake
letting
tan.
everyone know this is not. I
Yeah.
did not have this conversation with him before for him to be.
No, no.
No, I hear what you're saying.
But it's your vision might be that,
Yeah.
a tall leb man with a real tan, and like whatever, tatted, all this stuff. But then someone who looks a little bit different comes up, but everything that you're actually looking for in a man is in this person.
It's like compromising, but not compromising. It's just about knowing and paying attention to
the right
what
things.
you value. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Because essentially, like, you don't want to get into a relationship where you have to compromise yourself, because you've done enough work on yourself to know who you are as a person and what you're worthy and what you want.
Yeah, amen.
But the aim is to not change each other. Your aim is to just, grow individually and support each other in growing together, and just hustle and grind. Like, wherever you need to get to, you're getting there together.
Yeah, amen.
But also, I was having this conversation with friends a long time ago, like not a long time ago, maybe like a year ago. And I said, I've now come to the realization that, like, dating isn't always just about, like, taking cute photos and, like, posting them on Instagram and, like, he bought me, like, a teddy bear, or he bought me flowers. Like, that's not what dating is about. Like, dating is to have really vulnerable and honest, raw conversations that could be a little bit tough, but it's to kind of filter through, like, are you my person? Are you not? Like, if they're not for you, then, like, why are we continuously saying or staying together just because we get along? Like, no, if they don't have core beliefs and values that are aligned with yours, then maybe it's better to just be like, let's just be friends.
Yeah.
But you need to be confident to have those conversations as well. Like I said, I for the last, like, 5 years, I've, like, retracted, and I've just really been, like, focusing on me. But for me to say that I'm even dating is so huge right now. Like, anybody that knows me knows that I'm so secretive about that. But, like, it hasn't actively even happened. I literally just, I've spoken to a couple of people, but yeah, boundaries, capacity, understanding, and just not compromising what your core values are really important, I reckon.
Amen.
I have another 2 questions for you.
You said 3.
Yeah, okay, but, like, it got fun. If you could have anyone alive or dead on the show, who would it be?
It can't be Jesus.
Yes.
I was going to say, can it be, like, the saints or anyone like that?
I mean, yeah,
Or
but how do you choose amongst all those saints?
I think I could pick one.
Okay, how about you do one holy, one not holy? I mean, not holy, but, like, a saint and a non-saint.
Yeah.
To have on the podcast.
Yeah. Dead or alive?
Anyone?
Mm-hmm.
If I've really ever thought of that. I have, like, dream guests, but if I had to pick one, like, that's hard.
You said you could choose a saint.
Yeah, out of the saints, it'd be between 2, but I'd probably go Saint Faustina. Because I love her. I think she's so...
Do you?
Yeah, Saint Faustina's beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, I just love... Yeah, I love Saint Faustina and Divine Mercy and everything. It's just beautiful. And then... I have one person who I'm thinking of, like, not out of the non-holy ones, But it's such a bad answer.
It's all right. We still
One
love
person who's gone out. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I would need time to think about it. But what the person I'm thinking of, people would hate to listen to.
Oh, I know.
You know who it is, yeah? Because I always say I would love to just sit and have a conversation with him, just to understand where his mind is at.
Oh my gosh. Who?
Guess it. I want you to guess.
How am I gonna guess that?
I don't know.
He's like, it's a really lame answer for the one person, dead or alive, but it's the only one I can think of at the moment. He's like,
Just say it.
do I
Who
just
is
say
it?
the name?
Are you
Yeah.
gonna say Tupac?
So who really was it?
Tupac is still alive. Have you seen that?
Yeah. What?
Tupac is still alive.
I like people
The
that
conspiracy
say,
theory.
Yeah, yeah. He's in Cuba.
And the guy who they think is Tupac or whatever. You haven't
Yeah.
seen it? Anyway. I'm so disappointed in this answer. I'm really sorry. But
No.
the only one I can think of at
There's
the
no
moment,
disappointing answer, Anthony. Commit to what you're gonna say.
I'm not fully committed. I'm not going to lie.
Just say it.
but, I would love to sit down and have a chat with Andrew Tate.
Oh.
That's like,
Yeah.
that is the one person who I just want to sit down, understand where his mind is at, and just, not that I think I'd be the best person to like change this guy's
To
life,
draw it all out of him.
but I would just love to let him know where he's like, I don't know.
You
that
just-
was about to sound really like prideful.
No,
What I was
that's
about
okay.
to say.
You were just an opportunity to have a conversation with him, to just allow him to, like, again, safe space, right? It's not like you've got ill will in what you want to ask him. It's just you want to understand him on a different level. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just think that we could have a really fruitful conversation for each other and for listeners, particularly about the faith, which he doesn't like to talk about a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Because he converted from Christianity to Islam. I think he was a convert to Christianity, then converted to Islam.
Okay.
But his reasoning is so poor that I think we would be able to have a fruitful conversation about that.
Healthy.
Hmm.
You would have a healthy, respectful conversation if you had an opportunity to.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I promise. Last question.
Okay.
What's the weirdest thing that ever happened during a recording? Look, I'm turning my phone off so you don't have to. Do you want to hold St. Jude so then he helps you answer this question?
I'd love to. Thank you.
Nice.
The weirdest thing that happened during a recording? The weirdest thing.
Besides today when you spilt half my caramel latte on me.
That's so bad.
It was really nice though, even without the foam, just letting you know.
I'm so sorry. I owe you a proper caramel
The
latte.
best part. The best part.
So sorry. The weirdest thing is having someone turn around and ask me questions.
Yes! No, I'll take that answer.
I'll take
I
I feel like it's cop out, but I'm going
I
with it.
just think, like, why not switch it up for a second? I thought I was sitting there and I was like, what happens if I'm really boring in my conversations today? I was like, I'll spice it up and be like, we're either gonna have a dance party or I'll switch it up and give you some questions. And I was like, I don't know if I'm in the mood for a dance party, to be honest, because then you'd start playing some Arab music and I wouldn't know how to dance. Actually, funny note, I've been to more Lebanese weddings than I have like Indian or white weddings.
Really?
Like I've been to more.
Oh my
I've been
gosh.
to more Lebanese weddings than anything.
You're more Lebanese than anything, from what I'm understanding.
You are the means of your environment, guys.
Yeah.
I'm not mad, but I'm not mad. I think like I said, those that have accepted me into their families and into their households, they're just such beautiful people. So it's not even about just being around Lebanese people. It's just being around beautiful souls, really.
Yeah.
But
Pretty
yeah.
good. Well, I'd like to just point out, I don't know, I like to make this clarification about myself.
Mm-hmm.
Though I am very proud to be a Lebanese person. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah.
And I love Lebanese music, and
Yes.
I really only prefer, if it was only my choice at my wedding,
Uh-huh.
I would only have Arabic music. But anyway,
Sarah's face.
but I am not the person to at an Aussie party or whatever to like throw on Arabic music and go, oh, this is better, let's dance to Arabic. You know, you know how lebs are like.
Yeah.
Just
Let's not
lebs,
get
you know,
into that.
they're too proud of their. No, they're not too proud. They're so proud of their culture that they want everyone to experience it or whatever.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like, hey, just let them have their thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not that type of person to
I
just
hear
put.
that.
So if we were to have a dance party, we'd put good English music.
I would still dance to the Arab music. I just don't know if I would like look like a Lebanese person doing it.
I'm
like,
sure you would.
I don't
be
even look
confident
like
in
one.
it.
It's fine.
You're so annoying. You dance well.
It's in my playlist. Lebanese music is in my playlist.
Well,
And then I
just
feel weird when I
ripped
go to
lips
like
for no
Lebanese.
reason.
Then I go to like Lebanese weddings and I'm like singing the lyrics to these songs, and then I was like, oh wait, like don't do that because you don't know if you're saying it correctly, and like
Just
then you
saying
might be like
sounds.
offending. Like it's a whole process that happens in
No
here, guys.
one's-
But then
no
I
one's
stopped
offended.
overthinking. Overthinking is the
That's
worst
the
thing.
way.
But yeah,
Just sing
just be
and
with the
dance.
flow.
And you did this. That's about half the dance moves.
Oh, I
a
can't
Lebanese
remember.
woman needs to know.
I was talking to Mary Jo because she was like, I got to practice for like the wedding and stuff. And then she was like, someone taught me it's like, show off the ring. Show
That's
off,
right.
Like, yeah,
That's right.
it was the whole thing.
Yeah. Hey, I forgot to ask
Yeah,
about. Sorry, it just reminded me when you mentioned Mary Jo.
yeah.
Is Jolene was your? Can I say that?
Yeah,
Was
of
your sponsor?
course. Yeah, I chose Jolene to be my my sponsor.
Why?
My
Why
godmother.
Jolene? What importance did like?
Did she make?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
why was it important that you had Jolene next to you on that day? Shout out, by the way, to Jolene
Yeah.
and Mary Jo and everyone
Love
else that's been
you.
mentioned.
Look, like I said, I am blessed to have really beautiful people in my life, and there's a handful of people that I would say are really like close to me, but I also have really beautiful relationships with, males and females. I just thought it was really important for me to have a female sponsor. Like we were saying before, emotionally, men and women just handle things differently sometimes. Sometimes men are a little bit more standoffish or they don't want to overstep, whereas like females like to sometimes keep each other accountable. So that was one factor. The second thing was I've known Jolene's family I've known her brother since he was like 14. So they've only ever welcomed me into their home. They've only ever, invited me to all their events when they have them. It just felt safe. And thirdly, she is a God-fearing individual, and she really helped bring light to some darkness. And she's only ever been supportive. She's never come from a judgmental space. And I thought it was important to have someone that was really, even though she has her moments as well, to have somebody that is living in the faith. You could get someone just because they're Catholic, but are you really going to grow together? And sometimes I tell her things and she's like, oh, I didn't know that. Like, like we're teaching each other. But it was important for me to have somebody that was practicing the faith and just had a love for Jesus like I was forming, and that I was just allowed to be open and honest with. And that's her. She, she's just really like calm as well. Sometimes I'm like, but then this happened, and then like, and then she's like, yeah, but Shareen. They were always like, she's very like, yeah. So, and I've also seen her, like I've known her since she was so young. So I've seen her in these like different stages of her life. Even Mary Jo, like I got really emotional just being at her bridal shower the other week, just because I knew her since when she was like in primary school, you know what I mean? So like, yes, we might not be in each other's lives on like a daily basis, but to see someone just grow and to meet these different milestones in their life, it's really beautiful. So that is why Jolene was the person. She's just a God-fearing individual, and she loves Jesus just as much as I do. And I think that's important to have in a sponsor. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks be to God.
Yeah.
All
How
right,
did you feel
well,
being chosen
oh,
to be a sponsor, by the way?
I was. It's just it's such a like. It's such an honor
Yeah.
that he would even that I was even considered
Yeah.
like for that. It's also a lot of responsibility that I probably haven't like lived up to.
People, yeah, sometimes people say that. Jolene said that to me a couple of times. She's like, I feel like I haven't done anything for you. I was like, you've done so much for me, though. Sometimes it's just being there.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so.
That's all it takes.
But yeah, I don't know. It's like it's a bit hard to put into words. It's just like I don't know. Honoured is the best I can say it without probably I don't know,
Like,
getting to
you're a part.
Getting to it.
choked up.
Oh. Here's how I think of it, right? You're a part of helping save his soul. Jolene is a part of helping save my soul. Without, even if you think it's a little bit of what you did or if it's a grand amount of what you did, you were that point of contact for him to ask a question. Jolene was that point of contact where I was like, I have questions, please help me. Yep, what do you need? That in itself is you doing God's work. So really, it just comes down to being present and available. Sometimes that's all we need.
Yeah.
Us young, newly found to the faith. I'm trying to claim the youngness still.
You are still
You
young.
are
I
very.
I thought
Yeah.
you
But
in
do
your
you
20s.
know, I use a lot more finger muscles to get to 1990, like when I have to put in my date of birth. Like there's a lot more swiping, and I'm like a completely different category when I'm going to like put your age bracket in. I'm like more grey hair people now.
Yeah, no, I honestly thought the same. I thought you were in
I
your
literally just found out that you were older, like much older, not much, but like you were. I thought you were our age.
Yeah, well,
And
good
so-
dude, it's the chocolate skin.
Oh, but it keeps you young. So
Yeah, it keeps me young. Do you know? We'll end it on a high, right? Because it's been the topic of a conversation lately. In Songs of Solomon in the Bible, there's like a verse. So for all those times that I got teased or like got questioned or felt different about my skin color, there's this verse in the Bible and it's like, I am black and beautiful, or something on the lines of that. It's in...
What?
Yeah, wait, I will find it for
well,
you.
if you think about it, these people were from like Middle East desert territory, and like the Ethiopians and everyone like were just all part of that community, that culture.
Yeah, there would have been.
There would have been so many.
Yeah.
And like, you know, that topic of conversation, like Jesus would have been dark skinned and brown, with brown hair, brown eyes. Like no one likes seeing him blonde, whatever. It's like, it's alright. Everyone would have been dark skinned. Like,
Do you know when I had that dream? Like, I got to have like a true depiction of like what Jesus looks like, and he doesn't look like all the pictures, but there's like elements of him. Like his hair was a lot more shorter. His eyes were like really warm.
Do you reckon that you actually saw Jesus as he actually looked?
I don't know. But my interpretation of him was like shorter hair, definitely like he was healthy. Like
Yeah.
he had.
Oh yeah, that's
he had
Jesus.
some good
That's
shoulders.
Jesus, all right. Yeah, okay.
Shoulders, I'm
That's
dead.
him.
No,
That's
but
him.
like his eyes were just warm.
Yeah. My gosh,
It
I
wasn't
cry
like green or
every episode
blue.
of The Chosen because I just like,
Ugh.
to the warmth in that man's face. What's his
How
name?
good is
again?
Jonathan? Yeah, Jonathan Rumi.
Yeah, Jonathan. Oh my gosh, I think I've accidentally fallen in love with him.
He's one of my dream guests.
Like, if I
Just
saw
grow your
this
hair out,
video,
Anthony.
Yikes. Grow my hair out.
I saw this video and it was like, oh, that one that you sent me of this footy player's celebrity crush was Carrie Underwood, and he met her once, and he introduced his wife as his sister. So that, like, whatever, I feel like if I met Jonathan Rumi and Anthony was in the room, not in like
I
a
put
creepy,
the water
like,
in my mouth at the wrong time. I was about to spit that
I said that to
everywhere.
her last night.
But not in a creepy, like, romantic way. But I would
so
just
funny.
want Jonathan Rumi to look at me and be like, "Hello," like it's.
He's doing such an amazing
I
job.
know
portraying
the amount of
Jesus.
graces that he would be receiving through this.
And I loved when I saw him in an interview and they're like, what would you like ask him if you could like sit down with Jesus? And he's like, how did I do?
I cried.
That's
sobbed.
my response every time now. Every
No?
time if someone says, what are you going to say when you see Jesus? How am I doing?
Ugh,
Because it just
I just
like,
got shivers.
yeah.
Oh
It
my
just,
Can I be honest? When I watched that video,
yeah.
one you're talking about, I thought the first thing I thought when he asked that, how did I do? I thought he was just asking like, hey, how was my acting? Like, how did I do portraying you like in the movie? And then they like had this emotional moment and I was like, oh, it's much deeper than that. Whoops.
If you were Rotten Tomatoes, how would you rate me?
But it would have been a little bit of that as well. Because like he, like, yeah.
Yeah,
A
I
little
think
bit
it
of
was
that.
all. I
All
think
of
that was
it.
included. Like,
Yeah,
how
but
did
it was
I
like
do being you? Like, did I do it justice? Did I do you proud?
Yeah, but not just in the movie. I think what he meant was like,
But I'm saying it. As
hey,
Yeah.
how did I do portraying you
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
in the world?
In the world, yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't.
It was deeper than that. You're like, oh, it was deeper than that.
I was just thankful that I wasn't the interviewer because I would have been like, oh, nice, yeah.
Yeah, good solid answer. Look at under the
gosh.
yellow line.
Under the yellow line.
Yeah. Read it out.
It literally says, I am black and beautiful, O daughters of Jerusalem, like the tents of Kedar? I don't know, sorry. Like the curtains of Solomon. Do
Who's
not gaze at me
speaking?
because I am dark, because
It's
the sun has
in
gazed on me.
The book Songs of Solomon.
So when he says I, but like, is it
I didn't get that far. I didn't get that deep.
Anthony? Who's writing? Like, who's saying
We
I?
need Michael. Google it.
No
Sarah.
response. Okay, I'm googling.
Google.
What?
Who wrote
Oh,
the book
I
of
am
Songs?
black and beautiful. I was like, where's I? I don't know. What do
But
you mean?
for
Isn't it?
anybody that came
Solomon?
at me,
Well,
Am I wrong?
in the Song of Solomon, King Solomon is believed to be writing to a woman known as Shulamite.
Hmm.
Wasn't Solomon black?
Well, he
Or did
says
I
I
make
am
that
black
up?
and beautiful.
I feel like I've watched all these depictions where Solomon is black. Wait, who am I thinking with the
It
hair?
would make sense.
all I
Ah.
know is
Is Solomon the one with the
no
hair?
one can
Samson.
tease me now.
Never mind. Never
No one
mind,
can tease me.
guys.
Amen.
It's in the Bible.
They couldn't tease you
Yeah.
before anyways.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Mm.
Sarah's ready to punch on.
Just don't bully, guys. And if your kid's a bully, then please, like, get them sorted because it's not nice. It really, like,
Yeah.
takes it away from people.
What
But
about-
in saying that, I really loved your last episode.
Who?
Your last episode with your
Oh.
brother and
Oh, yeah.
yeah, that message was really
That was beautiful.
So many people are responding to that one.
yeah. There's not enough light around conversations like that, and it was coming from an early childhood background for like just my industry. Like, you can see the difference when you support a child and when you are a little bit in denial about it, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I also get it because culturally it can be a bit taboo for some families as well, but we're not where we were 10 years ago. There's so many resources and materials and things that are out there to help families with things like that and to really just like help support the parents, because just as much as the child needs support, the parents do as well.
Yeah,
So yeah,
that's right.
it's really nice that they were just really vulnerable in that moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it was that I'm so grateful that they had the idea because they said that exact thing. Is like it's not spoken about enough, and
And
especially
to have men
yes,
to speak about it.
yeah,
That is not an ick. To have men that can speak openly and to just be really vulnerable,
yeah,
that was really lovely to see as well.
yeah,
And it just sheds light for other men to know that it's okay to speak up.
yeah. That's right. And like, hey, you're actually not the only one going through this.
That's
like,
it.
Here are 3 examples of
Yeah.
it. You know.
And your brother prayed to St. Jude.
Yes, I was going to mention that when you
Yeah.
had mentioned St. Jude, and he miraculously healed my nephew. Thanks be to God.
Yeah.
So
Well, this has been fun.
I'm glad.
Yeah, this has been fun. I was
Good.
really nervy, and then there's this like saying that the feeling that your body produces when you're nervous is the same feeling that it produces when it's excited. So you have to just tell yourself that you're excited. So all morning I'm like, I'm excited. I'm excited.
I love that.
Yes.
I
Going to
know.
happen.
I'm going to the
I'm
pilgrimage.
going on the podcast.
And I know, like, this has been such a good conversation. Like, thank
Yeah.
you so much,
No, it's
honestly, for
okay.
coming on and for being so vulnerable. And I know that's so hard to do.
It
So
is,
thank you
yeah.
so much
No,
for
thank
doing
you.
that.
And I just hope I did justice being like, one of the first female guests on your show. But
Killed it.
I think it's really good what you're doing. Just allowing a space, like still talk about footy. Like everybody likes to hear about it. But yeah, to just open your space up and just have raw conversations. Sometimes to feel safe and to like it really helps with that vulnerability. So thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Thanks,
Thank you,
be to God.
Sarah, for being my hype girl in the background
You're
over
so
there.
welcome.
I told you, a chaotic lead up to the podcast means the podcast is going to be great.
Yes, you did say this.
I just knew it.
You did
I
say
told
it.
you.
I think it was also the Holy Spirit just helping it. Father Sheldon's prayers
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the fact that you just need to keep the ball flat. Don't waste
You
too
can,
much
like,
time.
You have to leave room
I
for
think
the Holy
if I put
Spirit.
less energy in the
Yeah.
ball, more of it goes into the actual conversation.
No, it was fun. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Before I forget, because I literally just remembered,
Yeah.
thank God, our tradition is to have our guests
Oh,
sign the
yes.
canvas.
Yes.
So I will bring the canvas to you. And if you can write your favorite, whatever, a message or your favorite quote, Bible verse, whatever you like, with your name and signature.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Let me just open my notes with
It feels great to stand after sitting so long.
Well, you guys have officially hit the longest podcast in Against the Grain history.
Oh my gosh, that's
4
kind
hours
of
and 5 minutes.
No, don't cut that stuff. You can't have
No,
it
we
go
don't
for
cut
that long.
anything over here.
No, what time did we start?
4 hours and 5 minutes ago.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Our camera's on 1 hour left.
No one's gonna listen.
People listen.
No one's gonna
So
listen
many
to that.
people.
We're gonna have like 10 views because people are like, this is taking too long.
Stop it.
No, I tell you.
I had
The long form.
I had 816 views on my podcast. That was 3 hours long. And everyone was like, oh, I had
Of
to
course,
watch
Sarah
it in...
knows the views on her own.
I do. It's only because... Who was I with?
You
I
know
think
what? In the
I was with
middle of
Shavo. And he was like, let's see how many views you got. Anyways. And everyone that said that they watched it was like, yeah, I had to watch it throughout the entire day. Like, they had to stop and start. But
Best thing about a
people,
podcast.
when they start it, they know what they're going into.
Yeah.
So they want to finish it.
I was actually thinking in the middle of, I was like, maybe I'm taking too long to just talk about my story. But like,
No, that was the whole point.
yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes. I am going to write.
One day I'll hit 6 hours.
With Andrew Tate. And God willing, Saint Faustina on the same podcast.
I would love to speak to Saint Faustina.
You know who I've been actually learning more about? Saint Rafka.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You would probably know a lot more about her than I do.
Look, it only started from like last Friday. We went out for a friend's birthday and then we ended up at Our Lady of Lebanon. And there was a big picture of her there. And then I was asking Michael questions about Saint Rafka, and I found out that she's like the only female Maronite saint. And then he gave me a little book and I was reading about her and I was like, wow. Just to know like some of these saints' devotions to Christ. It's
Yeah.
really beautiful.
I don't actually know that much about Saint Ruff. I tried to say it like an Aussie.
Yeah,
I can't.
you can't. It's fine.
I think today my Bible verse will be 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 7. We walk by faith, not by sight. I think that's the one.
I love that.
Yeah. All right. I don't know how my handwriting is going to look.
We walk by faith and not by sight. No gracious words we... I don't know.
No.
You don't know that?
There. No.
Just stop.
Probably for the best, honestly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Don't.
It's a bit of trauma. Did you know what I was going to do?
Yeah.
What was it? With an accent?
Yeah.
No way, for you.
Oh, we've only been dating for 4 years.
I'm gonna send Renato and Mary Jo a voice a
gosh.
voice message after this. Oh
You're very
gosh.
naughty.
Okay.
I was about to.
I'm gonna do a little signature for you. There you go.
Nice. Oh, good signature.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone has good signatures.
We always think that. I feel like I needed to use all my name.
Thank you.
But thank you so much.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you
this
for
blanket
getting...
was such a great idea.
Wait, don't move yet.
Oh, why?
Oh, but we haven't finished. 1 second.
Oh.
Oh yeah. This is still part of the podcast. You're more than welcome to stand up and do whatever you want.
What is part of the podcast?
But the end of the podcast is just the same every week, which is just to remind everyone, firstly to say thank you again for the last time on the podcast, and then to remind everyone at home that our life is not our own. As Shareen has so beautifully showed throughout this whole podcast, we belong to Jesus Christ. So don't be afraid to go against the grain.
Yes.
God bless everyone.
I really went against the grain with my family, didn't I? Worked out well.